never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
About that time, once again, we close out the weekend. Man, was that fast. Seems like we were just sitting here chatting with Chris Gabrelchip, wrapping things up on a Friday morning. But no. Yeah, time flies when you're having fun, right? Well, I hope you had a good weekend. Depends on what part of the country you were in. Obviously, some areas of the country had better weather conditions for outdoor activities and that fun stuff. Yeah, a lot of folks had to move their outdoor plans indoors. Now, we were talking late last week about concerns for severe weather as we rolled into the weekend. And again, it appears the severe weather worries once again proving to be worth the fright in the southern U.S. Storms firing to life right on cue Friday afternoon, ripping across the south through the overnight hours Friday and into Saturday morning. Stormy conditions continued through the day on Saturdays. Thunderstorms worked their way through the Sunshine State, heavy rains, winds disrupting numerous major events. And they tell us winds were reaching nearly historic speeds. Reports of strong winds and hail continuing through the day Sunday in Florida. Hundreds of flights having to be canceled in the state. According to the National Weather Service, one wind-related fatality occurred in Spring Hill, Florida, Sunday. A tree coming down in a car, ultimately electrocuting the person inside. Another fatality was reported in Louisiana as strong winds sent a tree toppling onto a mobile home. near Blanchard, Louisiana. That was back on Friday evening, claiming the life of a 48-year-old man. Yeah, neighbors of the victim tell Bill Waddall, the AccuWeather national reporter, that the storms had been nearby and the winds at the time had been very strong. St. Landry Parish president tells reporters one person was killed, 7 others injured from a tornado in the area. A damage survey was conducted by the National Weather Service on Saturday, and they confirmed that was an EF3 tornado. Estimated peak winds at 140 miles per hour that ripped through the area. Yeah, cars strewn about, left upside down, debris scattered through the town in Palmetto, Louisiana. That same EF3 tornado that took the life of 1 person and injured 7, awakening the council member and her husband. We heard the winds coming through and said, okay, let's move. Cut across, came in here, and despite the roof being ripped off, they did escape to the bathroom where they safely waited out the storm in their bathtub. But everything just crumbling down around us. But thankfully, we're okay. Yeah, those winds then pushed eastward Saturday. Similar brutal impacts on businesses, homes, and events there in the state of Florida. In Jacksonville, winds reached a peak of 60 miles per hour Saturday afternoon. According to the readings taken at the Jacksonville International Airport, that shattered the previous daily record for winds back in 1956. Then Saturday evening, the thunderstorms continued, forcing the evacuation of Raymond James Stadium there in Tampa, Florida, where the WWE was hosting their annual WrestleMania event outdoors. The steady rain and the threat of lightning forcing the fans to be temporarily evacuated about an hour before the wrestling was set to begin there. Further to the north in the Florida Panhandle, it was a possible tornado causing widespread damage in Panama City. City reported damage to a home and a convenience store, at least 3 people escaping from those structures with minor injuries. Reports of an overturned structure, damage from lightning strikes. According to the Tallahassee, Florida National Weather Service office there, that team was out this past afternoon surveying the damage. By Saturday evening, about 45,000 Florida residents were without power, according to Power Outage US. Much of that has now been restored, but these towering storms that erupted in eastern Oklahoma, western Arkansas, and northeastern Texas Friday afternoon, producing those fierce, damaging wind gusts and widespread hail. In Texas, hailstones up to 3 inches in diameter. I mean, we're talking bigger than a baseball. Over 200 reports of hail pouring it across the South Friday and into Friday night. That'll leave a mark, and that'll definitely give you a headache if you're outdoors. That's deadly kind of hail. So, as you recall, on Friday morning, we were talking about the National Weather Service alluding to a possible, what they call a derecho event, a widespread area of damaging winds that can progress for hundreds of miles. I haven't heard any official reports whether that was indeed a derecho. Just I'll be looking at some of the official numbers as the new week gets underway, and they may confirm that that was what transpired as we started the weekend off. Meanwhile, I hope you enjoyed some warmer conditions in recent days in parts of the central states, but it looks like we're not really done with winter-like weather because, according to the forecast, snow is on the way to the Rockies this week, stretching from Billings, Montana to Denver, Colorado. Although this region has seen some quick-hitting snow over the winter season, this spring storm is going to be a bit lighter, but it's going to be a bit longer-lived. Snow and rain showers across the Montana Rockies early in the weekend, Saturday night into Sunday. Now, this is the storm. Remember also, Friday morning we started the show saying, boy, I'm glad I'm not in Alaska, because they were dealing with record-setting cold temperatures over the last several days in that state. Some of that Arctic air is now dropping in to the northwestern and going to be impacting the central portions of the country. Yeah, Billings started the weekend. Billings, Montana, 68 degrees, well above normal. Yeah, the city's high temperature didn't even get above 45 this past day. Casper, Wyoming also had a high, 10 degrees above normal Saturday, where you were at 65 degrees. You normally sit in the mid-50s this time of year for that part of the country. Further to the south, the weekend had started fairly dry, above average temperatures ruling the region. Forecasters expect cities in the southern Rockies, wrapping up the weekend dry, but that's going to change. The threat of snow is not over yet for that region, as our next storm kind of looms on the horizon. We're talking maybe a more widespread snow event arriving on Tuesday for much of the Rockies. It's going to be a slow-moving storm as it pushes northeastward out of the southwest into the Four Corners region on Tuesday, with such dry, cold air and wrapping the Rockies from the north, combined with the ongoing drought conditions in the southwest. This storm's going to need to find some moisture from another source. It's going to be able to tap into and pull some deep moisture with a storm that's stalled out over the Great Lakes. Believe it or not, that moisture will wrap into the Rockies. That, in conjunction with plummeting temperature, paves the way for accumulating snow, stretching from Utah and Colorado northward into Montana and eastward into portions of the plains. Now, it's not going to be much compared to some of our earlier season snowfalls, but accumulation is expected across several states, including Montana, South Dakota, Wyoming, Idaho, Utah, even Nebraska, and Colorado. Generally speaking, they're talking 1 to 3 inches to blanket the relatively lower elevations across the southern and central Rockies. Amounts upward of maybe a half a foot or more. That'll be the highest elevations for Colorado and southern Wyoming. Denver, you've only seen really just a trace of snow in the month of April, so this may be the city's first accumulating snowfall for the month here. Now, this is going to give Denver yet another opportunity for accumulating snow. Since the year 2000, the Denver area has averaged about 4.8 inches of snow in the month of April. So it's not unusual for them to see a few snowfalls or snowy days. Although snow is forecast for the Denver area this week, the amounts will be pale in comparison to some of these storms we saw in recent memory. Many low elevations in southerly areas are forecast to have kind of a mix of rain and snow at different times during the event, or at least very wet snowfall. Temperatures are beginning to rise to what you'd anticipate. The springtime standard sun is fairly high in the sky this time of year, so that's encouraging warm weather to fight off the cold this week. You're expected to average temperatures rise to maybe 48 degrees on Tuesday as the precipitation falls. That's much lower than average, but it's feasible for rain to mix in with the anticipated snow. As the storm gets closer, the forecasts certainly, as far as temperatures and snowfall amounts, are going to be changing. So we'll have to be checking back with the forecasters as we head into the early portions of the new week. All right, it is a Monday morning, which means, of course, we'll be joined by Joel Morrow. Some tech talk, something a little different on the horizon this week. First, I wanted to quickly jump to the national radar scene. You're looking, and we'll get more into your forecast in the Northeast, but you definitely start things off Sunday night into Monday morning. Rather dreary conditions and travel slowdowns with some heavy rains. We've got one line of heavy rain now pushing into upstate New York. A line north of Albany to Utica, New York. You've got some lighter showers still stretching from Rochester to Utica down to Binghamton. You get the heavy rains in central and southeastern Pennsylvania. Some of the heaviest rainfall at this hour. Philadelphia, you're looking at some of those heavier rains. on over into Lancaster, PA, up into Reading. Harrisburg, looks like the heaviest rains have now pushed through. Things should gradually improve through the overnight hours there. Still some heavy rains. Backside of the storm is about in the Lewistown area, but you're going to be in heavy rains in Sunbury. State College to Williamsport. That's the zone where we've also got heavy rain stretching through there. Some of your travels again along I-81, stretching up along I-80. Definitely going to be slowing things down. And then still some pockets of heavy rain. Looks like mostly now east of Baltimore. But we're going to see some of that pushing into eastern portions of Maryland, up into northern and central portions of Delaware through the overnight hours. Further to the north and west with the wraparound of the storm. Still some rain falling over in the easternmost reaches of lower Michigan, north central Ohio, a few pockets of showers. It's been just more of a misty rain from Lexington back to north of Louisville on up into through southern Indiana. Not a whole lot to slow you down there, but again, that's the wraparound, the backside of that storm. More or less the misty conditions where you'll have to have the wipers on intermittently. All right, with that, okay, so yeah, let me jump right into it here. Joel Morrow joins us on a Monday morning. Great to have you with us. Our number is 844-844-3388. And let me jump up here. And, okay, how do government-funded super truck programs impact trucking in the real world? Now, this is going to be a learning experience for me because I'm not real familiar. I don't even know what a super truck is. But Joel's going to break that down for us here. First of all, just welcome aboard. Joel, how's your week been and how was your weekend?
Great week, great weekend. Great to be here.
So get settled in, back to the old grind once again. I know you'd been doing some preparation for the program, and how'd you come up with this little topic of discussion, super trucks?
Well, the funding renewal is coming up for super truck, and there's been a lot of talk about it with the engineering staffs that I work with, and I just thought it would be a good topic for the owner-operators and small fleet owners to understand how the super truck programs impact them. A lot of times it's kind of missed by the owner-operator crowd, especially how this can be very, very beneficial to them. And just like to explain that in detail. We all remember the first round of emission systems engines early on, and it was, the government mandated emission regulations, and we were kind of left to learn how to figure this stuff out in the field, and it was very, very costly for the owner operator and the small fleet operator. And the super truck program addresses some of that, and I just want to break it down so everybody understands how.
Well, very interesting, because with all the years that I've been doing truck talk and all and whatnot, I'll be honest with you, scouring the industry headlines and all, I don't really recall, ever discussing super truck or a super truck program. So I guess that would be the good place to start things off here on a Monday morning. I guess, first of all, what are you talking about? What is super truck?
Super truck. It's a major Department of Energy technology innovation program. It has 15 industry partners, including 6 truck manufacturers, and the component manufacturers and the truck manufacturers that represent about 99% of the market for tractor trucks. This is a voluntary program, and it's obviously under the Department of Energy, but it's run by the department inside. It's called the Vehicle Technology Office. It is a $284 million public-private partnership in which, the industry matches federal grants dollar for dollar through Super Truck. And like I said, the funding for the continuation of the Super Truck 2, I guess there was Super Truck 1 and now we're into Super Truck 2, is coming up. And again, they expect that to be matched dollar for dollar from the industry partners to what the government puts into the program.
Okay, so Super Truck program. What are they looking to do? What is the purpose of the Super Truck, or what are the objectives, I guess?
So the first Super Truck One had three major objectives, and that was, and this is part of the technical part, and we're going to see how it really starts to impact and help us out here in the real world once we get through some of the technical stuff. But it was to help develop and demonstrate 50% freight efficiency improvements from a 2009 model year Class 8 tractor truck, which translates to reaching almost 10 miles per gallon. And we see a lot of people out there doing that nowadays. We're getting very close out here in the real world to hitting that 10 mile a gallon mark for an average. I've got a few trucks running in the high nines. I've got a bunch in the low nines in our fleet. We're looking to improve engine efficiency by 8% to achieve a 50% brake thermal efficiency in a demonstration truck. And that helps us to boost the overall fuel efficiency by 16%, which is a pretty sizable number. And then we're going to further demonstrate pathways to another 5% improvement in engine efficiency. And all the industry participants and teams met or exceeded these objectives in Super Truck One. And it worked out fairly well. And this is why we're seeing some of the improved fuel efficiency in today's trucks that are on the road from the Super Truck work they done between 2010 and 2016. It's why we see significantly increased reliability in the emission system. So there's a lot of upside to the money that is spent in these Super Truck projects sponsored by the Department of Energy. Super Truck 2 aims to improve freight efficiency by 100% and demonstrate engines having thermal efficiency up to 55%. Right now, we're about 42% thermal efficiency on an engine. We want to get that up to around 55%. So what that really means is we're going to be much more fuel efficient with lower emissions, so we'll have improved reliability out on the road.
So are these, I'm guessing these are part of all this talk about climate change and, global warming, whatever they want to call it. Are these kind of like the Green New Deal or climate change kind of mandates? Is that what this kind of boils down to?
This does help. If you are a climate change believer, I personally am not sure that I'm a believer in climate change.
Thank you.
The way I'm looking at this is from a business standpoint, how we help our small businesses, how we help our owner operators by producing more efficient and trucks that have better durability in the emission system. That's what we really lacked when the emission systems were first rolled out, when we didn't have a Super Truck program that kind of, validated and researched this stuff before it went into the marketplace. So there is part of a climate change aspect to this, but this is really good for owner operators and small fleet owners as well. And honestly, the whole climate change part of it, I haven't really researched all that, and it's something I don't want to get into the political end of it.
Right.
I just see this as a huge advantage for our owner operators.
Well, I mean, one of your big topics of discussion has been from the very get-go, trying to improve your bottom line, improve your fuel economy and whatnot. So are we setting goals that are too lofty or too far out to reach, or do you think much of this is actually accomplishable? Well,
you're going to see how a lot of this has been rolled out into today's trucks, things that we learned 4, 5, and 6 years ago. It's already showing up in today's production engines. The whole downsped concept we talk about, a lot of that was kind of refined in the Super Truck project. A lot of the advanced aerodynamics you're seeing today were a result of Super Truck. You see a lot of trucks with solar panels on top of them today with the electric APUs, the air conditioning systems, where the engine doesn't have to run at all, and we're using solar battery technologies. I've got a couple trucks running those those were a product of Super Truck. So there's a lot of high risk, potentially high reward technologies out there that the manufacturers by themselves, I mean, it's a huge gamble for them to have to cover all of the cost associated with developing that technology. So when the government steps in and there's the private, public partnership going on, because it is good for the climate, and it's good for the bottom line, the dollar part, the part that we're concerned about mostly. So these kind of projects make a whole lot of sense. I know when folks were talking about the original rollout of the emissions mandates early on, a lot of people complained that, well, the government's mandating, they're mandating certain things and they're not helping the small owner operators and small fleets pay for the mandates that they're throwing out there. And this is a very good way to do that. Let's really work with this technology and prove it out before it goes into production, instead of rolling it out like we did early on and then letting everybody else clean the mess up out in the field.
Wow. Okay. I mean, quite honestly, I wasn't aware that there were actually trucks out there with solar panels on the roof. So, I mean, I've heard it suggested over the years, but I didn't realize it was actually even coming to fruition at all at this point. So let's get Class 8 tractor trailers, the big trucks out there moving the freight. Why Class 8 trucks?
Well, the Class 8 trucks, they are the workhorse of the freight industry. They move as much as 80% of the freight in the nation. So that's a good starting point. The over-the-road trucks, guys are running, well over 100,000 miles a year. And they consume approximately 28 billion gallons of diesel fuel a year. And that accounts for 22% of the total transportation energy use. So this is a very energy intensive, fuel intensive, high volume operation. So to incorporate these technologies that we'll be talking about, you get a lot of bang for your buck. So the Class 8 over the road guys, and particularly, your owner operators and small fleets, this is aimed right at them. And it just makes a lot of sense to target that sector.
So the small fleets, that's really an overwhelming majority of the industry. Every time the topic of, you talk about the American Trucking Association representing the big companies and all that out there, that when push comes to shove, it's like close to 90% of the trucks out there, the big trucks moving freight, are companies of 6 trucks or less, the small companies, the independents.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot more small business owners and owner operators on the road than the mega fleets. They've got a lot of trucks, but it doesn't equal the number of all the small trucks and small carriers combined.
Wow. All right. So I guess a good place to start here. We're going to, as we head up towards our bottom of the hour news break, how about we delve a little bit into, you're saying this is actually a positive thing, can be a good thing for the smaller fleets and the owner operators. Maybe break down some of the benefits of what you're calling the Super Truck program.
Absolutely. So it's the technology and innovation readiness. And readiness is the key. I think early on, and again, I'm going to go back to the initial rollout of the emissions that was kind of disastrous. It put a lot of people out of business, and even today, a lot of folks are still struggling with this. So hopefully, Super Truck 2 will really help us catch the technology up and get the information out to people so they understand how to maintain, how to spec, and how to operate their engines. So we're talking about technology, innovation, and readiness. Super Truck 1 encouraged the industry to invest in high-risk, high-payoff technologies. So, when you're dealing with these high-risk technologies, there's a lot of potential for stuff to go bad. And that extra influx of money really helps to make sure that those high-risk, high-payoff technologies were ready for the marketplace. And that's something that we didn't do very well in the past. developed under the program were the first to feature advanced technologies such as waste heat recovery, turbo compounding, I talk about, engine downspeeding, and advanced aerodynamics. All that came out of Super Truck One. And we're seeing the payoff on that today. Much better fuel efficiency, much better reliability, and that all came out of Super Truck One. By 2030, Super Truck technologies could penetrate as much as 68% of the market, if we're assuming that they develop favorable technologies and depending on what fuel prices do. Obviously, as fuel prices go up, this Super Truck technology becomes much, much more valuable to our segment of the industry. The Super Truck program also enabled the industry to examine the readiness of advanced technologies and their durability in real-world operations. And this is extremely important to the owner-operator and the small fleet. We're all aware of how expensive and costly the first generations of emissions technology was without the benefit of the Super Truck program. We were kind of learning as we went. Nobody really had answers to anything. Trucks were down for weeks at a time. We were pumping literally tens of thousands of dollars into emissions repairs. The primary driving force behind the improved reliability today we see in the latest generations of emissions engines is again directly related to the Super Truck project. It helps to eliminate that steep learning curve that we were up against. And small fleets and owner-operators, typically, we can't endure those high costs and downtimes of, let's just figure it out in the real world. So this is why this is important to us and why we need to pay attention to it. And, I'm not a big fan of government programs generally, but to me, this is one that really hits home and is really good for us. And when you just look at the oil savings, consumer savings, adoption of Super Truck technologies for all Class 8 trucks in the U.S. will reduce oil consumption by about 300 million barrels and save truck operators nearly 20 billion in fuel expenditures. It would also reduce carbon dioxide emissions by approximately 128 million metric tons, and that makes the tree huggers happy as well. Fuel costs, savings in truck operations, as we start to settle into these higher fuel efficiency numbers, some of that savings will be passed on to consumers, the shoppers at Walmart. So this is good for everybody. It's good for every segment. It's a very, very good program, I think, but in particular, it's great for owner-operators and small fleets, and we'll touch on that just a little bit more as well.
Okay, very good. So I guess when we come back, maybe we'll delve into maybe how many of these technologies have actually been implemented. I guess, and at some point in time, are you kind of alluding to the fact that these are maybe going to be like mandated technologies, so you're trying to get ahead of the curve kind of thing? We'll delve into that just ahead. As always, if you've got questions, you'd like to chime in, pros, cons, Super Truck. Ron said, I thought a Super Truck was a rooster cruiser or a chicken truck. All right, Ron, good to have you with us. Our number is 844-844-3388. Good to have you with us as we get a brand new week underway. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Iranian officials say they were the victims of nuclear terrorism after a blackout at one of their nuclear facilities. The power outage at the Natanz complex south of Tehran comes a day after Iran unveiled new equipment for enriching uranium. The attack comes as efforts to renegotiate the 2015 nuclear deal are underway in Vienna. Some reports claim the attack was an Israeli cyber operation, though Israeli officials have made no public statements on the blackout. And Hideki Matsuyama has captured the green jacket, hanging on to win the Masters. Matsuyama shot a 1-over on Sunday, finishing the weekend at 10 under par. Will Zalatorius finished second at 9 under. Jordan Spieth and Xander Schauffele tied for third at 7 under. The win is Matsuyama's first major championship and his first win in nearly 4 years. He also becomes the first Japanese man to capture one of golf's major tournaments. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have an idea for an invention or new product? Do you think companies would be interested in your idea? Do you want to try to get a patent? Then call InventHelp now. InventHelp keeps your idea confidential and explains every step of the invention process. We create professional materials representing your idea and submit it to companies who are looking for new ideas. We have more than 9,000 companies who have agreed to review ideas in confidence. If a company shows interest in manufacturing your invention, we can negotiate on your behalf. We have helped over 10,000 clients receive patents. We also offer services including 3D modeling and animation demonstrating your idea, prototyping services, and we use state-of-the-art technology to show InventHelp client ideas to additional companies. Join the thousands of people just like you who chose InventHelp to pursue their idea. We are experienced. We are working for you. We are InventHelp.
Call us for free information at 1-800-460-1663. That's 1-800-460-1663. Again, 1-800-460-1663.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, and jump back into it here on a Monday morning. Great to have you with us. Hope you had a good weekend. Hey, we announced on Friday morning, it was... I guess that was the first morning it was activated. As of course now we do now have the Android app. We have the iHeart. We do run podcasts on iHeart, but the the iPhone app, which is also up and running. The latest edition was Alexa-enabled devices. If you have an Alexa-enabled device, there was a term that they were telling me to use to activate. I think you have to say, Alexa, activate the Steve Summers overnight drive. And once you activate it, then in the future you can, then this is when we're live between the midnight and 5 a.m. hours, not the podcast, but for the live stream of the program, you can say, Alexa, play the Steve Summers overnight drive. Like everything else with Alexa, you have to be very, very clear when you speak to her, because she's liable to pull up any crazy thing. Something about climbing ladders or something. So what she came up with me the other night when I tried to say play the overnight drive. So, but yeah, Alexa, play the Steve Summers overnight drive. Everything has to be very specific. Brenda said my Alexa's malfunctioning. She pulls up what she says is Friday's podcast. I don't think there's supposed to be access to the podcast, but I may be wrong. So, yeah, maybe say, Alexa, cancel, and then retry. Meanwhile, we're back with Joel Morrow here on Monday mornings. All right, we're talking the Super Truck 1, which I'm actually just learning about it now. I'm not even familiar with it. I guess this goes back several years. And now Super Truck 2, he's referring to how many Super Truck technologies have actually been implemented, Joel. Is this stuff like going into new vehicles? And might we see a time when our drivers going to have to kind of retrofit some of this technology in the future? Or maybe break some of that down for us.
Sure, let's talk about commercialization of fuel efficiency technologies. Chances of government mandating retrofits would be very, very slim, I think, but there are some of these products that can be used in an older truck. And one that comes to mind, my company, Alpha Drivers Testing and Consulting, I work with a lot of the OEMs. One in particular, I work with BASF. They developed an ultra low viscosity drive axle oil, and it significantly improves fuel efficiency while improving durability. And especially in colder weather, it really, really helps to improve efficiency. And this is something that they will probably use in all the newer trucks going forward, but something that you can very easily retrofit into a truck even built as far back as the 1970s, and it'll help to improve fuel efficiency. So some of these technologies will be backwards compatible with older trucks, no doubt about it. Some of them won't be. So many of the technologies tested in Super Truck 1 are now available in the commercial truck market. Cummins and their X15 and X12 engines incorporate some Super Truck engine technologies. Volvo brought some very advanced piston design and turbo compounding technologies from its Super Truck program engines into its 2017 models and newer. Navistar and Daimler trucks now feature predictive cruise control and some very advanced aerodynamics, among other Super Truck developed improvements. So there's been a lot of very good technology that's already made its way out of the Super Truck programs and into production trucks. Super Truck teams have commercialized 21 technologies. An additional 26 are projected to be commercialized in the next 2 to 4 years, and 13 more in 5 to 10 years. So there's a lot of technology that this is really, kind of pushing out into the marketplace. And remember, because of the extra funding they've really had time to test this and make sure it's ready to go to market. It's not in a rushed manner and kind of half-baked before it hits the market, just kind of letting the customer, well, you figure it out, you know what I mean? So This is why it's helpful to owner-operators and small fleets. And then also, a lot of this, it applies to the U.S. military too, for their tactical wheeled vehicles and other military vehicles. Fuel efficiency and power and productivity applies to us, but it also applies to national defense, which is a really nice plus, I think.
All right, before we get to our next question, I just got a heads up from one of our listening friends, and it's a totally different topic. I just want to pass this on because we go back to the summer of 2020 where we saw rioting and looting and cities burning and things of that nature. This is one community that had already been hit with that sort of activity last summer. It is Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. And according to the reports coming in at this hour, looting is ongoing in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. There was an officer-involved shooting at some point earlier on Sunday, and I'm looking at some of the video coming out. We've seen this story before, but they're wanting to pass the message on. If you have freight to be delivered or picked up there in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota, be aware. You may want to hold off on that. Maybe call ahead to make sure. There's a number of big box stores. You got the Walmart Supercenter there and things of that nature. I'm looking at some of the video that looks to be coming out of a strip mall there. Maybe a Nike store, a shoe store. Again, we've seen this story before, but many drivers were having to change routes and things last summer. We know how this stuff begins, but what's the old scenario? We're stealing for social justice, I guess is the term they use. Just a heads up for you there. All right, sorry about that, Joel. Just wanted to pass that on. I'm not real familiar with the layout of the land where Brooklyn Center, Minnesota is, but that's one of those breaking stories this morning that we'll probably follow through the night and see if things, go from bad to worse, because oftentimes it has. All right, Super Truck program. Will the Super Truck programs play a role going forward as we progress into the coming days and years?
Yeah, Super Truck allows the industry to look at technologies that could be implemented in say the next 5 to 7 years, but also technologies that are 10 years or even further out. This allows the industry to work on these very high risk, high reward technologies and provide functional real-world demonstrations, which is super important so that we know that technology is ready when it gets into our hands. And it also helps to provide a pathway to the truck markets. It's a perfect setup with the Class 8 over-the-road guys because of our higher miles run and our higher fuel demand. Line haul trucks and over-the-road trucks provide quick payback for the efficiency technologies, and we are often the initial market for these new technologies, and we just want to make sure that these technologies are ready and they don't cost us a fortune where we have to try to engineer things out here on our own dime. Super truck technologies developed and demonstrated, and tractor trucks make their way subsequently into other work vehicles as well, providing additional sales volume, which is good for the OEMs, and fuel savings, which reduces our dependency on looks like going to be foreign oil again with the way EPA regs and stuff are shaping up. So anytime we can reduce our dependency on foreign oil, it's always a great thing.
Well, speaking of dependence on foreign oil, we're going the wrong direction there, if I understand correctly. I mean, it's like with the mandates that were implemented day one, shutting down the Keystone Pipeline and the banning fracking on federal lands. I don't understand the rationale. I mean, I guess technically they say, they want us to be off of fossil fuels entirely, but there's no way on God's green earth that that's going to happen anytime soon. Have you discussed that any, Joel? I mean, yes, there's new technologies coming in.
I agree with you. It is not going to happen anytime soon. That's for sure. We're going to see diesel fuel, especially in the long haul segment, for quite a while yet. Probably the next 30 to 50 years anyway in the long haul segment. You know, the local and short regional segment, electric trucks make a whole lot of sense, and you know they should be working on that. But I agree. I think in some areas we're kind of going the wrong direction, and it's just something we're going to have to deal with it as effectively as we can as business owners, you know, owner operators and small fleet perspective.
Yeah. Nothing like paying more at the pump. I mean, realistically, I think you're putting all these technologies on your vehicle to improve your bottom line and get more miles per gallon. But as the price goes up, it kind of negates all the progress you were making in trying to save money. So let's just hope it doesn't go too high. Well, we know, Joel, that you're kind of what they call a Volvo guy, right? You're really into it, and you're tied in tightly with the technicians and all the technology stuff with Volvo. But can you maybe give us some specific examples of what they're working on there at Volvo?
Yeah, I can give you some examples of what happened in Super Truck 1. Obviously, the Super Truck 2 stuff they're pretty tight-lipped about, but Volvo did achieve the thermal efficiency of 50% for an 11-liter powertrain, which was optimized for demonstrating freight efficiency. We incorporated waste heat recovery, also known as turbo compounding, reducing heat and also reducing heat transfer to the engine coolant. Further reductions in friction and parasitic losses, if we use the 13-liter engine platform, are expected to yield a 55% thermal efficiency in the engine, which just means in real world it's going to get really, really awesome fuel efficiency, and most likely will have better durability in the emission system. It's going to produce much less soot and NOx in the combustion chamber, so we're going to have less to filter out. So these engines will be very clean. But what we did learn is having a 50% thermally efficient engine in the freight efficiency demonstration vehicle, we may be able to use aerodynamics and lightweighting the vehicle and some other strategies and hit our target goals without maybe having to spend the money on the 55% brake thermal efficient engine. So that was pretty cool. That's, things they were able to learn that without the Super Truck program, we would have never gotten to. The 11-liter engine that they used in their demonstration ran a pretty high compression ratio, which we see a lot of today. When this engine was part of the demonstration program, it ran a 20-to-1 compression ratio, which for that time was very high. We see that in many engines today now. That higher compression ratio results in less particulate in the exhaust and more power, better drivability, better efficiency. We were seeing 250 bar peak cylinder pressures, so very high peak cylinder pressure, which again helps to increase the efficiency of the engine and probably reduce soot and particulate. They used some special thermal barrier coatings on the pistons, so we didn't have a lot of heat transfer going on. We went to a simple fixed geometry twin entry turbocharger, and also used some 48 volt electrical like EGR pumps and whatnot on the truck. Of course, we don't see 48 volt yet, but I suspect that that's probably coming to the industry very shortly. And when we did the 48 volt EGR pump, that allowed the turbocharger to be even further optimized for positive pumping work and a higher air to fuel ratio to achieve a higher combustion rate. They use some different camshafts with what they call a Miller cycle, which trying to not get too overly technical, but it has a greater expansion rate versus the compression ratio, and that also helps to improve the brake specific fuel consumption number. So there's a whole lot of things that we learned during the first Super Truck, and everybody else learned a bunch too. It wasn't just Volvo. Everybody had some nice discoveries and learned a lot.
So I guess, well, that's a good next step. I would assume that all the other OEMs, your Navistars, your PACCAR, your Cummins, they're all working on similar technologies. Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. All the OEM super truck teams are working on some pretty incredible technologies as it relates to fuel efficiency. And not only fuel efficiency, and let's not forget the productivity part of it, because we're able to get a lot better fuel efficiency at higher speeds today than we were just 5 years ago. And that's going to get even better as we move out into the future. So I think a lot of people, when you start talking about fuel efficiency, they're automatically thinking a slow truck that's very lethargic to drive. And this is where Super Truck really shines. These trucks, they're pretty fun to drive at some pretty high speeds with some eye-opening fuel efficiency numbers. And that's nothing but good for the owner-operator and the small fleet. You have to remember that the majority of large fleets rely on what they call economies of scale to stay competitive in the marketplace. They're not hyper-focused on efficiency. They know that they can buy 1,000 trucks at a time, and they're going to get a huge discount. They're going to buy 10,000 trailers at a time. They're going to get a huge discount. And big fleets, that's what they live on, is that huge discount they get because of their buying powers. That's economies of scale. Individual owner-operators and small fleets will never have the power of economies of scale. So we have to focus on efficiency. And all these things that Super Truck accomplishes has nothing to do with economies of scale. So it's coming right to us as the small fleets and the owner operators. And sure, the big fleets will benefit from it to some degree, but I don't want to say they don't care about efficiency, but they're more concerned with economy of scale. So, this really, really helps us as the small fleet owners and the owner operators. So this is our most important weapon in terms of competitiveness when we're trying to compete against the big fleets, their economy of scale versus how efficiently we can run our operation. The Super Truck programs help to bring, again, the high-risk, high-efficiency technologies to the marketplace. And again, and I can't say this enough, that have been tested and evaluated for durability and reliability, which helps to relieve the risk, downtime, and cost burden that we associated with these technologies in the past. And that is just super important. And I can't begin to tell you how many times back in 2008, 2009, 2010, I heard fleets that were struggling say, this isn't right. The government mandates these emission regulations and they didn't train us. They didn't tell us what to expect. Nobody knew if these things were going to work. And, those complaints were accurate, and Super Truck helps to address that. Individual owner operators and small fleets are generally the least equipped to handle these types of expenses, with the new technologies that we saw in the past. And it would bankrupt operations and put even some mid-size operations out of business. So in my opinion, this is why the Super Truck program is so important for owner operators and small fleets. Super Truck allows smaller operations to embrace technology with a higher degree of confidence, helping smaller operations to remain competitive with the mega fleets that rely almost solely on economies of scale.
Very interesting stuff. Super Truck 1, Super Truck 2. Got a couple minutes before we hit top of the hour news update. If you can kind of take me back, something you brought up that piqued my interest. You mentioned that there are actually some truck operations with solar panels on the roofs of the truck. I guess charging batteries that are then subsequently powering the generator for them to not idle. Is that what the purpose is?
Yeah, I've got a couple of trucks right now where we're running some testing on what they're calling an EAPU. So we're all familiar with an APU that has the diesel engine on the side that runs your air conditioning while you're parked. Helps to heat the engine when it's cold out without having to run the main engine. The diesel APUs are pretty expensive. They create maintenance issues of their own. And, when you're trying to sleep, they sound like a lawnmower right outside your bedroom window. I'm not a real big fan of diesel APUs. It's been true up until just recently that they were the only reliable means of keeping batteries charged and making sure that your truck is going to start, the main engine's going to start in the morning. So with the flexible solar panels, Merlin Solar is one of the companies that comes to mind that makes what they are calling I think they call it like a combat rated solar panel. Literally the military uses them, and they shoot these panels full of holes, and they keep working, and they're very, very durable, and they're nice and flexible, and they will conform to body panels. I have them up on the upper fairing of a couple of trucks and also on the hood. And they do put out quite a bit of energy. I have a separate battery bank for my parking air conditioner. I also have a heater as well that is it's diesel fired, but it's also the pump and whatnot for that pumps the diesel fuel is run off the solar battery bank. So I drove my idle time down to right around 3% total with that system, and could even do 34-hour resets in some of the warmer climates. In the middle of summer in the Carolinas, Florida, Texas, Alabama, even out into Arizona, the truck was able to go 15, 16, 17 hours before it had to start in 100-degree heat. And the great thing of it was the sunnier it was out, if you had to park during the day, the more it helped you because the more electric it was producing, so you could run that air conditioner even harder.
Are you aware of any larger companies that are trying to implement or use some of that technology? Obviously, if you're an owner or operator, if you don't own your own trailer, you're not going to be using any of that kind of technology because you never know what you're going to be hauling next. But
well, a lot of this goes right on the truck. A lot of these solar panels, like I said, on the top fairings of the truck, they'll actually, you can package them so they fit right on the truck. So for an owner operator, they actually make a lot of sense. They're fairly affordable. They're about even keel price wise with a diesel powered APU right now. They're very quiet. The air conditioners do a very good job. In the past, the electric air conditioners would really come up short because we couldn't put enough batteries on the truck if you had to stop during the day. At nighttime, they almost always made it through the night, but during the day is where you really ran into problems, and solar really solves that problem. Solar also solves the problem of parking your truck and you're going to jump out of it for a few days and your refrigerator's running, you've got Qualcomm in there or whatever tracking system you have, and there's a constant battery draw. The solar solves that. It keeps your average voltage on the batteries high enough where we're not getting sulfation in the plates, so your batteries last a lot longer. It's just a really, really nice option to have on the truck. Mesilla Valley is one of the bigger truck lines that's really getting heavy into the solar. There's a few others out there. I would suspect that in the next few years that's going to become a pretty standard option, and I would think that we're going to start to see the OEM truck manufacturers actually mold body parts for solar panels to set right, kind of integrated into the body panel because they work so well.
Okay, so you're mounting these actually on the tractor. Now, I was kind of envisioning on say the roof of the 53-foot trailer or something like that, because you do have to have a fairly decent amount of coverage of the panels if they're going to be efficient.
Well, correct. But today's panels are getting to be more energy dense, I suppose is the right terminology. So we're getting a lot more wattage out of smaller panels today than we did just a few years ago. They're getting much more durable. They hold up very well to, some of the concern was low-hanging tree branches. You hit them, bird strikes, hail, that type of thing. All that stuff just bounces right off of today's solar panels, where just a few years ago you were talking about replacing a solar panel. These things, they handle all that very well. And, speaking of the solar panels on the trailer, there are plans to have reefers that are going to be completely electric with solar panels that run the entire length of the trailer, and they're going to run off nothing but electric with no diesel engine on the front. That technology is going to become reality very soon, I think.
Wow. Okay. Well, let's get a news update here. We reached the top of the hour. When we come back, I'll kind of break down and give you the very latest on what's going on. Brooklyn Center, which apparently that's right there in Minneapolis. Brooklyn Center, I guess, is a shopping district a couple miles north of downtown, and it doesn't look real encouraging. If I had a load going into Minneapolis this morning, I'd definitely be checking ahead. Our number is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
Amidst an increase in migrants being apprehended at the U.S.-Mexico border, including a record number of unaccompanied children crossing over in March, President Joe Biden's coordinator on the southern border, Roberta Jacobson, will leave her post at the end of the month. Texas Governor Greg Abbott on Fox News Sunday criticized the Biden administration's management of the crisis.
This problem will continue to get worse because of the policies that have been adopted by the Biden administration. What the president could do is to immediately put back in place the Remain in Mexico protocols that were established in the prior administration. He could continue to build the wall along the border in South Texas. He could send a stronger message. These people should not be coming here.
Migrant families will now be held at hotels in the Phoenix area due to the influx. This is USA Radio News.
Could an ancient mystery be determining the events of our time? Could it reveal the secret of our future? Are recent events a warning that we are approaching judgment? How much time do we have left? Author Jonathan Cahn releases the book that reveals what could not be revealed until now. His newest New York Times bestseller, The Harbinger 2, The Return. Embark on an epic journey to uncover the mysteries and revelations that are changing the world and will change your life. Available online and wherever fine books are sold.
The MyPillow Premium Pillow Special continues at MyPillow.com. If you go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You can get a standard or queen-size premium MyPillow for $29.98. That's a $40 savings. King size, only $5 more. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175.
Conditions have worsened on the eastern Caribbean island of St. Vincent, where a volcano has forced about 16,000 residents to evacuate their homes. More than 3,000 have taken refuge at government-run shelters, and empty cruise ships are evacuating refugees to nearby islands. Neighboring nations have also offered to take in evacuees. Lava has begun to flow from the volcano and power has gone out. Loud rumbling, lightning, and heavy ashfall are reported. Rescue and recovery efforts continue in Indonesia, where an earthquake has killed 8 people and badly injured at least 3 more. Saturday's 5.9 magnitude quake flattened houses and damaged more than 1,100 buildings. Shelters have been set up for the displaced. The head of Iran's Atomic Energy Organization says Sunday morning's blackout at its underground atomic facility is an act of nuclear terrorism, but stops short of blaming anyone specific. Israeli media outlets report it was a cyber attack. The facility houses sensitive centrifuges. Yesterday, Iran said it had begun testing a new model. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
Nevada's Republican Party has voted to censure Secretary of State Barbara Sagevsky, accusing her of failing to fully investigate allegations of election fraud. She has overseen elections in Nevada since 2014 and is among a handful of Republicans who have been censured in recent months after finding themselves at odds with the party. MyPillow CEO Mike Lindell says he has hired private investigators to look into why Fox News, according to him, rejected the idea of reporting on election fraud allegations.
I've spent a lot of money on them to investigate everything. Bots and trolls, who's behind them? Well, why is Facebook involved? Wikipedia involved? And then the big question, why isn't Fox having people on? Why isn't Fox on there talking about, Dominion and Smartmatic?
Lindell, in an interview with Steve Bannon's War Room, says the channel was unwilling to take him on to talk about allegations of voter fraud software and hardware corporations. A fast food chain is closing locations inside a major retailer. Tim Berg from the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau reports.
McDonald's is closing many of its outlets and Walmart stores as more customers shop online or pick up their food orders at the drive-thru window. Only about 150 locations will remain at Walmart's nearly 3,600 supercenters nationwide. The retail giant confirming the plans to convert former McDonald's locations into other types of restaurants or shops. The move comes as shoppers rely more on e-commerce to avoid visiting stores during the pandemic.
USA Radio News, I'm Jeremy Scott.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Jump back into it, hour number 2, as we roll into a brand new week. What are we looking at? We turn the page on the calendar. 12th day of April. Time zone to time zone. That's what we're working our way into. And we're talking about a big-time cold invasion in the Pacific Northwest. Began moving in over the weekend. We actually saw several daily record lows Sunday morning. 34 degrees in Seattle, 32 in Portland, 31 in Eugene, Oregon. Then we've got all the way to the lower 20s. 23 in Pendleton, 23 in Spokane, 21 degrees in Yakima, Washington. That chillier air is going to filter down into the Rockies and then actually plunge southward into the plains early this week. We're going to be talking widespread record mid-April cold, potentially. It's definitely not going to feel like the spring fever you've been enjoying. Daytime highs, we're talking the 40s from the northern Great Lakes into parts of the plains, maybe as far south as western Kansas, western Nebraska, and eastern Colorado. Parts of the Rockies won't even get out of the 30s. Texas Panhandle and western Oklahoma, you'll struggle to get out of the 50s. We will be talking about some widespread frost and freeze conditions, possibly maybe midweek this week from the western Great Lakes into the northern and central plains. Slightly below average morning lows extended to parts of the Midwest and the South even later this week. They've got what they call a traffic jam in the upper level winds, and that's going to cause this cooler air to kind of hang around. This configuration of high pressure north of a low pressure system, what forecasters or meteorologists call a Rex block, blocks the normal flow of weather systems from moving west to east, kind of like a giant rock in the middle of a stream. So, yeah, that slow-moving, swirling low in the west, and just enough cold air will wring out some wet snow in parts of the Rockies, High Plains, and Northern Plains, up toward the Canadian border especially. At least some light snow may fall for several days in Wyoming, western Nebraska, western South Dakota, maybe even northwestern Kansas and Colorado, including the Front Range from Denver to Cheyenne. All right, so there you go. I'm going to get back. I'll be back with Joel Morrow here as we roll into a Monday. Couple of other questions I had for you this morning here, Joel, different topics, but one of the issues is OOIDA, the OOIDA Foundation, has been working with the American Transportation Research Institute, and they've got a survey that they've rolled out last week, and they're asking for input from both the carriers and the insurance providers, and OOIDA is actually encouraging their members to please take a part in the survey. It's a top priority, and we're looking at the increase in motor carrier insurance costs. This has been bandied around for several years now. If they went forward with this and jacked up the minimum insurance, it's like a 167% increase. What kind of impact's that going to have on companies like you and especially the smaller operations? I'm thinking it would probably bankrupt many of them or force them to shutter their doors.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about that. I think what would happen, as long as this is an across the board where everybody has to do it, a lot of that's going to get passed along in higher rates. I mean, it's going to drive freight rates up. There's no doubt. It may catch a certain number of fleets unprepared initially. It's just going to get rolled into cost of doing business, and it's going to drive freight rates up. I personally, I'm with you. I don't like the idea of it, but I think the majority of the small fleets and owner operators we're just going to see an increase in freight rates to cover it. There's just no other way this can happen. Or you're right, if we don't see that, it's going to put a lot of people out of business, and that would cripple the economy. So it's hard to say exactly what would happen there.
I mean, I'm thinking along the lines of many of the mega carriers and whatnot. Then the bigger carriers, they're self-insured. So if you're a self-insured company, it's not really going to change their operation. They wouldn't have to raise their rates. And if they don't have to raise their rates, then how do you get the rates to increase for the smaller carriers?
They'll probably take that opportunity. Remember, the majority of service is provided by the smaller operations, and if you cripple them, there's no way that they can keep up. They're going to be just overrun with freight. So I think rates do go up. Now, there would be a transition period, obviously, in there while all this is taking place. I prefer not to see it happen, but I think if it does, that the majority of people are going to get through it. It'll be painful, but it's gonna drive freight rates up. There's no doubt. And then what that does to the economy overall, it's certainly not going to be helpful. I think it's a bad idea. They need to get a hold of these nuclear verdicts that and that's the big fleets are the targets for that. Everybody knows who has the deep pockets. It's not the guy with 1 to 5 trucks. He's not going to pay a $500 million settlement. It's the big fleet that's going to be able to do that. So this is an industry-wide problem, and I think it's let's solve what the real problem is, and not kind of skirt around the issue.
The real problem being the nuclear verdicts, which those are, they keep, verdicts of over $1 million. They keep seeing more and more of those. So it's going to be kind of like the topic of discussion on the bigger picture, the overall economy right now is they're talking about raising the corporate tax rate. The Biden administration wanted to take us back to, I think 28%, which, if I'm not mistaken, would make us the highest corporate tax rate in the world, even higher than China. And Jen Psaki last week tried to say that just because we raise the taxes doesn't mean they're going to raise the prices. I mean, if that's not the furthest thing from reality, companies are immediately going to pass it on to the customer, right?
Absolutely. You raise taxes on businesses, they simply pass it along back to the consumer. You're just raising taxes on yourself. It's just that simple. And I'm with you. I don't agree with the raising of the taxes on corporations, because that cost is going to get passed right back to the consumer. There's no doubt about it. Absolutely.
The funny thing is that all through the campaign, where the Biden administration and Joe and Kamala were saying that if you don't make more than $400,000 a year, you're not going to pay 1 red cent more in taxes. Well, so you raise the corporate tax rate and it gets passed on. It's a roundabout de facto tax on the middle class. Is that not what it is?
It absolutely is, and in reality, the people that they're trying to protect, the low and mid income people, they're the ones that are probably going to get hit hardest, because we're going to pass it along back to the consumers that shop at Walmart and buy at the grocery stores and whatnot, and them are the people that can really least afford to have prices on food go up and everyday essentials. So yeah, I kind of agree with you. I don't like the idea of the higher tax, but it looks like it's something we're going to have to deal with, and we need to have a strategy in place to deal with it, no doubt.
That's where the big picture in Washington comes in, which I know you don't want to get into the whole political arena of eliminating the filibuster and trying to use reconciliation and all those kind of things that they're talking about. I had a little comment from Donald. He said if he wants to know if we could maybe touch on what about these autonomous trucks, all this discussion that's supposed to ultimately put a whole bunch of us out of a job. Any comments on that front?
Yeah, absolutely. So, we've talked about super truck here in the Department of Energy, but it's still kind of hard for average people to get a lot of direct information out of Department of Energy. So if you're not familiar with the North American Council for Freight Efficiency, which we call NACFE, NACFE.org, it is a great place to go to get up-to-date information. This is a non-biased group that collects a lot of information in regards to efficiency and autonomous driving and just all kinds of things that affect the trucking market. So it's a great group to stay current and get information from. I think these autonomous systems are going to end up more like autopilot for airplanes. You're still going to have a pilot, so to speak, in the truck for quite a while. I don't see autonomous driving just coming in and just taking out jobs left and right. I don't think that does anybody any good. And I honestly, I don't think the technology's there. You put your butt in the seat with some of today's semi-autonomous, like the adaptive cruise control and the lane departure. And we all know that they don't have that perfect yet. And if they don't have that perfect yet, them trucks certainly are not going to go down the road by themselves. In some test areas, from, this factory to this factory on a particular route when the weather's nice, maybe. I just don't think that we're going to see the driver completely taken out of the truck. I think it's just going to make the driver's life a whole lot easier. You're going to be able to set that autopilot kind of like they do in airplanes and maybe concentrate on some other things while the truck's going down the road.
Is that going to have an impact on, since your job is going to be easier per se? You know, we don't need to pay you nearly as much. All you're doing is just pretty much sitting in there for hundreds of miles per se. Is it going to have a detrimental impact on pay?
Yeah, I don't think so. With the so-called driver shortage, which we all know is really just a pay shortage. If they paid what we were worth, there wouldn't be a shortage of drivers to begin with. I don't think we're going to see a huge pay decrease. This is just simply like cruise control. When cruise control and power steering came into trucks, we didn't see a pay decrease, and I don't think we're going to see a pay decrease here. This is just simply another tool that professional drivers can utilize that's going to make the job more appealing and make life easier for the driver.
All I can figure is you're talking about like the likes of Tesla and their autopilot. That's kind of what they're trying to put into the truck technology, right? But you're seeing more and more incidents of people relying on the autopilot, and the Tesla didn't see that truck in that intersection and went straight under the trailer kind of thing. So they've got a long way to go with technology.
You're correct. They've got quite a ways to go, and I don't think we need to be worrying about our jobs just yet. That's a few years down the road.
All right. That's a good news, right? Because it all depends on who you ask. Some were saying, within the next 5 to 10 years, these autonomous trucks, and others say, no, it's going to be 20 or 30 years. You just don't know who to believe.
You don't know for sure. I mean, there can always be some technological breakthrough, but it really isn't going to do anybody any good in the near term to take a whole bunch of drivers out of trucks. We're going to be in trucks for quite a while, especially the long haul segment. Again, if it's like a warehouse to warehouse thing across town, maybe you don't see a driver in them. Very good chance we'll see that. But the long haul segment, there's just too many variations in weather. It's too complex at this point for the autonomous systems to deal with everything they need to deal with.
Okay. Well, any other topics you wanted to touch on this morning, Joel, before we want to recap or?
Yeah, sure. Just talking about some of the stuff that's come out of the Super Truck project that we were talking about being backwards compatible. I think one of the big ones would be tires that we could put on. You could put on your 1977 K100 Aerodyne. You know what I mean? And really helped improve the efficiency of that truck. We've got the ultra thin lubricants. I had mentioned BASF. I think the folks at Lubrication Specialties would do themselves well to investigate the Super Truck project. I think that they could bring some expertise into that area that maybe's not there. And things that I've dealt with through my company, Alpha Drivers Testing and Consulting. I've worked with engineering staffs at a very high level, and we've seen some pretty cool stuff, super lapping of gears and things with drive shafts to make them run truer and smoother. And so there's a lot of really exciting things coming that makes the truck more productive, more fuel efficient, more durable, and really more enjoyable to drive. We're actually starting to get back to let's be able to focus on driving and making our business work, and not so much having to be an engineer and figure out how to fix emission systems problems or fix problems with components that weren't really thought through all the way. And that'll be nice to get back to that point. When I first came into the business in the mid to late 80s, we were kind of in that heyday of that, where you could just jump in the truck. If you change the oil, that truck was going to be dependable. It was going to run 1 million miles. You weren't really going to have to worry about it. Fuel prices weren't, super high in comparison to rates. And you really didn't care about fuel mileage all that much. You just went out, you got the job done. That's all you had to concentrate on. And life was pretty good. when we got into the whole emissions thing is when things really had gotten difficult for a lot of people. And between the folks at NACFE, and again, NACFE.org, check them out because you can get a lot of solid information that is accurate on these new technologies and how to apply them to your individual operation and duty cycle. It's a great resource. And the Department of Energy is really doing us directly a lot of favors. And I think that would shock a lot of people to think that there's a government agency kind of looking out for us small fleets and owner operators. And SuperTruck truly does that. Obviously, the bigger fleets will benefit to a degree, but we get the majority of benefit out of that. And I think that's pretty cool to see a program that is so well funded and so big with so much engineering capacity working to, kind of improve our daily lives, our efficiency, and in the bottom line is it's going to improve our profitability, help us make money. So it's a lot of good things happening in the industry.
Well, that's what we're all about, making more money. And so, Chevy guy's on the line. I'll just maybe do a quick, well, it won't take him here. It's one of those screwed up deals with the phones like it was last week. I don't get it. When Joel's on with us, the phones like to screw up for some reason. That's 2 weeks in a row that's happened, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Oh, hopefully we can get it straightened out here. We need to take some calls. I enjoy interacting and taking calls and helping folks out if we can.
All right, we're rolling toward news break, as we call it here, bottom of the hour. Let me real quick flip over. I mentioned what's going on. Apparently, Brooklyn Center Police, the officers pulled over a driver this past day who they said had an outstanding arrest warrant. This is going back about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. As they were trying to arrest the driver, they tried to get back inside the vehicle. An officer shot the driver, who then drove a couple of blocks before hitting another vehicle. And no one in the second vehicle was actually hurt, but the driver was pronounced dead at the scene. Officers involved were believed to be wearing activated body cameras at the time of the shooting. Crowd begins to gather at the scene of the crash as the afternoon progresses. And we fast forward on up to here. We get into the late evening hours as protesters were clashing with law enforcement. And the mayor was appealing for peace between the protesters and law enforcement. You get up about 9 o'clock Central Time. A crew at the scene being told by activists that law enforcement is surrounding the area, trying to corral people in an attempt to make mass arrests like what happened last November during a protest that spilled onto I-94 there in Minneapolis. Then you move up to 10 o'clock Central Time. The protesters begin moving toward the Brooklyn Center Police Department, about 3 miles northwest of the crash scene. Law enforcement tried to put up a human barricade outside the police department as more protesters gathered. As we progress then till about 11 o'clock Central Time, the standoff continued outside the police department, clashes between protesters and law enforcement. At one point, then you can see the tear gas, the flashbangs trying to disperse the crowd. The governor taking to Twitter to comment on the situation. He says, "I'm closely monitoring the situation in Brooklyn Center. I pray for the family as the state mourns another loss of a black man taken by law enforcement." And let's get up to some of the very latest we're seeing here, which would have been about, about them in the last 30 minutes. The Brooklyn Center mayor has issued a curfew order for the city there. Reports, as we mentioned, of widespread looting at businesses occurring in what is the Shingle Creek Crossing Center in Brooklyn Center. Schools will be closed today. All instruction will switch to distance learning, as they call it. So, crazy times we live in. All right, let's get a quick news break here. We'll come back with more. See if I can get the phones back in operation here, as Joel's going to hang out with us for about another 30 minutes. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The chairman of the Federal Reserve says the U.S. economy is poised for a bounce back. Speaking to CBS's 60 Minutes, Jerome Powell said he believes job creation and economic growth will accelerate through the second half of the year, as long as another wave of COVID infections doesn't take hold.
What we're seeing now is really an economy that seems to be at an inflection point, and that's because of widespread vaccination and strong fiscal support, strong monetary policy support. We feel like we're at a place where the economy is about to start growing much more quickly and job creation coming in much more quickly. So the principal risk to our economy right now really is that the disease would spread again.
Powell also said that he doesn't see the Federal Reserve raising interest rates in the near future. He added that the Fed is committed to a loose monetary policy as part of its strategy to support the economic recovery. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-882-2093. 800-882-2093. 800-882-2093. That's 800-882-2093.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Okay, got a Monday coming on here. Close out the weekend, which I trust you had a good weekend. Myself, yes, indeed, had a nice, quiet weekend. Went out to dinner. Brand new Mexican restaurant there on Friday night with the neighbors. And got an invite to a old friend's house. Hadn't seen them in about 4 years. Since which time they've had 2 children. Bought a new house, and they fixed us up dinner, threw some big fat burgers on the grill. Good time. All righty, I think I've got our phones repaired here. Let's do a double take, and should be working now. All right, Joel's back with us, and
yes,
I've got, hello, Chevy Guy.
Good morning. Yeah, I'm listening to the man talk. By the way, it was nice. I'm glad you dug up some old friends and enjoyed yourself. I got bored last week and got on the phone and started digging up some people from back in junior high and high school, and it didn't work out too well. All I got was obituaries. Half of my high school relay team, 440 relay team, has been buried, and I ain't heard or hiding her hair of Fred Ray is. So far, half of them are gone. It's sort of depressing when you get up around 64. And I guess digging up old friends isn't always a wise thing to do.
Yeah.
Now, I'm hearing what you're saying. Remember, I'm the one with this nightmare Detroit. By the way, I did take it down to Savannah where a technician hooked up to it. Supposedly, it should run fine now. Well, it did for a day. And then it started coughing and hacking a little bit. And then on the third day, it boom, 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 boom. I mean, I was fighting to get it up to 45 miles an hour, then up to 55, 64 is its max. So, but when I hear you talking with wires to the turbo, controlling the turbo, wires, I'm thinking spaghetti wires. You know, this company is going to buy older trucks, 3-year-old, 4-year-old. Because we hook to it, we head out into the woods, we bang around in them. It's one thing for sure, they never worry about what truck looks like when you get it back. But, I hit deer, whatever, so I get it. But it also means all that extra spaghetti wire that's sitting out here in the South Carolina sun, baking the immense heat and the humidity and just all these connections you're talking about. My misery right here is computer. The engine was rebuilt in frame before my former employer passed away. His brother ended up buying this because of the knowledge of who built the engine, rebuilt the engine in it. But we know it ain't mechanical. We know all this stuff is computer. And that's the only thing okay, all this technology sounds good for those that buy that truck, but you're going to have to get rid of that sucker in a couple of years, or there's not, that issue. There's all this computer and technology, you just add them to a problem that I keep hearing other drivers talk about. So, there's no answer for it.
But that's not exactly true. Let me throw something at you just so you're aware. So what you're talking about with the wires and stuff going to the turbo, we're talking about variable geometry turbos, and they are very complex and they're not very reliable. We've got a couple manufacturers out there in Freightliner and Volvo that Volvo has went back to a simple geometry turbo, a fixed geometry turbo that has no wires going to that turbo. Freightliner has an asymmetric turbo that is very much the same way. Very, very few electrical connections to run that. So the manufacturers understand that, and this is exactly the types of thing that SuperTruck help us develop, things that don't require all of the gooply-gop and the spaghetti wiring harness to make these engines work. So they are actually getting simpler, believe it or not, as we progress with some of these technologies, and they are becoming more reliable. I hear this all the time that people will say, well, these new trucks with all the computers are only going to run 2 or 3 years. We typically keep ours 7 years in our regional operation and run them out to 1 million miles and then sell them into the local community, and those trucks continue to run. There is a learning curve obviously associated with that. And some engines are simpler than others. There's no doubt about that. Some are much more complex, and I think the one that you're dealing with is especially complex on some certain things. But that situation is improving. It's not improving fast enough. People want this problem solved overnight, but it is absolutely getting better. I always love to point out the example on the new Volvo D13 TC, the turbocharger on that. They actually reversed the turbo, so it's very easy to take on and off. It's very simple to get to. It actually has an air operated pop-off valve on it to control turbo speed. It is a very large turbo, so it doesn't have to spin 100,000 RPMs. It's only spinning, I think, 32,000 RPM max. So a lot of this new technology also eliminates a lot of the issues that you're talking about, believe it or not.
Okay, that's comforting to hear, because I remember the days of the old R model Mac, raw engine, 79 R model Mac. It running so hard out, and the thing was 10 years old and going strong, I've just had all kinds of. Go ahead.
Yeah, there is no doubt that we can point to some engines back in the day, and our model's a great example. Even the big cam Cummins and the old 3406 A's and B's and whatnot. Very simple, very easy to work on for most people. And then as we progressed into the computer control before the emission systems, everybody kind of complained about that originally. And by the time we transitioned into the emissions engines, everybody was wanting that computer controlled engine prior to emissions. People learned how to work on it, and they were kind of the gold standard there for a while. I think we're starting to progress to that point again where we're really getting a handle on the emissions. The programs like the Super Truck are really getting a lot of very good technology out into the marketplace that's very reliable and really starting to simplify things again. And what's really cool is they're incorporating high tech into a simple package, and that's going to speak well for owner operators and the small fleets, a few years down the road. We're not going to see it hit the marketplace yet for the guys that are buying used trucks, but it's coming.
Okay, yeah, all right. That's I'm not going to buy a truck, but I end up driving what the man buys. So yeah, I guess what I was thinking is you're talking about all of a sudden you're going to have a wire to all the different systems, and the computer can control like the turbo, control all this other stuff. And remotely for the day when that driver's sitting there playing on solitaire on his cell phone and the truck's driving itself, and nobody's the computer's watching the temperature, the air pressure, the intake, outtake, all that stuff. So that was it. Just to me, like I've had a truck on it was a Series 60 Detroit. And yeah, it just was a spaghetti wire. It was on the tow rig 3 times, and the boss was getting mad at me. And then finally, when it was in the shop on the 3rd time, and the mechanics were scratching their head why it won't start, or pardon me, by the time it got to the shop, it would run. Well, it was running. They couldn't figure out why they got it, why it was towed. And all along here, it's just that tiny little spaghetti wire on the battery. And one of the mechanics was fiddling around with it, and he seen it was just a loose lead. And he said, "Start this thing up." He fired it up, and he pulled that back. It shut it off. So it just to me, if you cut out a lot of this tiny little spaghetti wire, and like I said, 3 years out here in the elements, and I mean down here it's heat and humidity. Up there, it's I don't know what kind of operating areas you're in, but up there where that salt gets all over everything,
Yep.
it
corrosion.
gets
Yeah.
on it turns into a nightmare.
Yeah,
So I'm going to sit back
absolutely.
and copy the mail. And I've enjoyed your conversation, sir.
Absolutely. Great talking with you. Yeah, we run, we've got some dedicated runs that we're running from, northern Ohio to Buffalo. And of course, the winter time, it's just a sea of salt running through there. So I understand the corrosion issues as well as anybody. And again, what's nice about the newer technology is that situation is definitely improving. No doubt about it. We still have some challenges to overcome, but it's absolutely getting better.
One step at a time, right? Well, I guess historically, big trucks are notorious for taking a lot of beating and banging out there. And I remember they'd say if you bought an aftermarket radio to put in your truck or whatever back years ago, that you couldn't buy your standard for like an automobile because in short order it would be beat to hell and back and wouldn't work anymore. And pretty much anything you put in a truck has to be built sturdier and stronger for the beating they take.
There's no doubt. And you have to remember, too, I mean, we like to think of the good old days and everything was perfect. I remember having Kenworth K100 cab overs where the dog houses would crack out of them and you had to rebuild the cab. I remember having to roll main bearings into engines every 200,000 and 300,000 miles because of fuel dilution in the mechanically controlled engines. I can remember wintertime. Hell, it would get down to 20 degrees and the engines were hard to start. Series parallel switches, batteries, starters, alternators. We had those problems back in the 70s to a greater degree than what we see it today. I mean, we don't see alternators failure, on a huge scale, starters failure on a huge scale, trucks start down to 0 degrees without having to pump ether on them or get the space heaters out and, put cardboard around the truck to heat them up. So, we look back at the old days and we all say, oh, it was just wonderful and great, but we had a hell of a bunch of challenges back then too that we just tend to forget about over time. We just kind of remember the good things and forget about the bad things. Air operated wipers, for Christ's sakes. I mean, they were just horrible. I can just, no power steering or air assisted power steering. And you'd get into a P&D duty cycle and, you ran out of air and then you're really trying to crank with the steering wheel. And there were just so many things that we have really made improvements on. And, a lot of guys that long for the good old days, I think if we threw them back in maybe a 1976 Mack, they'd be wishing they had their newer truck back in a big hurry.
And I guess they've come a long way. And I guess, what do you call it? Suspension and, you don't bounce around. Your truck drivers of old will tell you about trucks used to feel like you're riding on a buckboard or whatever. And now you've got your air suspension seats and a lot of changes where it's a much smoother ride than it used to be.
There's absolutely no doubt about it. I learned to drive on a 1968 International 4070. I think that was a Transtar Paystar. I don't remember which, but it was a day cab over. And you literally, I'm a taller guy and I just barely fit in that thing. And I had bruised up knees at the end of the day almost every day because that thing rode so rough. And I can tell you right now, I don't have that problem anymore. I've got very reliable air conditioning systems, very nice defrost and heat and electric wipers and, power steering that actually works. And we're not dealing with bias ply tires that, blow out and wheel seals that are constantly going out. Things have definitely gotten better. The challenges are just different. We were used to what the challenges were and they stayed constant for a very long time. So, we learned how to deal with them and everybody knew kind of how to deal with them. And then everything changed overnight when the emission systems hit. And now we're just getting back to that point where a lot of people are starting to learn how to deal with it. And, I suspect we're just going to get this figured out, and then bam, electric's going to be here, and we're going to have to figure out everything with electric as well.
Well, one final topic of discussion here. I'm talking about, I guess, alternative fuels. I'm going back, I don't know, it seems like 8 or 10 years ago. All the rage was we're going to go to hydrogen. And then the big push is, we're going to go to LNG and compressed natural gas, but we've got to get this infrastructure together. And, there were some big investments trying to get those, natural gas stations put in around the country. Now it seems like, is that all hindsight now? Or are they ever going to progress more with that? Or is it all going to be electric in the future, do you think?
It's probably at some point going to end up straight electric. When that's going to be, I'm not 100% sure, but that's probably where we're going to end up. There's now talk of synthetic diesel fuel. I don't know a whole lot about it yet. I've seen and heard some folks talking about it where they're producing a synthetic diesel fuel that, burns as clean as natural gas supposedly. And that's kind of an interesting thought. So there's a lot of technologies out there, but I think electric will probably end up being the dominant technology. It's just going to be a while yet. I think for our local and short regional stuff, we're going to see adaptation's going to be pretty high on that. I just think we have some power density issues with the weight of batteries. It's going to take a little bit to overcome. And so I think for the long haul market, we're going to be running diesel or diesel electric hybrids for quite a while into the future, I think.
Okay. But I mean, again, not much. The hydrogen thing, is that just pretty much gone away now?
Well, there's some work on hydrogen, but they're hydrogen electric. They're using that hydrogen to make electric. Toyota is got some really advanced stuff going on that they're working with PACCAR on. We saw the whole Nikola thing. They really have some issues going on there. I don't know how much of a player they're actually going to be. The Toyota program, I think, is for real, definitely, and they've got some pretty cool stuff going on with hydrogen. So it's hard to say which one's going to emerge. It was kind of like what was it? The whole back in the 70s and early 80s with Beta and VHS.
Right, yeah.
You really didn't know which one was gonna win out, and so we're gonna go through that, and it's gonna be a complicated thing because guys are gonna see all these technologies, and everybody's gonna be claiming that they're the best. So one of the best ways that you can stay on top of that is be checking out the folks at NACV.org. And watch they have what they call confidence reports. Read them, and they are very, very good. They've got a great group of engineers, and again, it's a non-biased. They're not favoring one manufacturer over the other. They just report the facts, and they're a great source of information to stay on top of all this, so you understand what direction the industry's heading and why.
Okay. I think Roadmaster has a question about all this modern stuff. Hello, Roadmaster. Good to have you with us.
Thank you, Steve. When a driver drives down the road, he's got a lot of time to think about stuff. and I drew up blueprints once on this, and let me run this by you, see what you think. Take the transmission out of the truck, put a 800 horsepower diesel electric locomotive traction motor right there where that transmission was. Use the foot throttle as a rheostat, have a forward and backward switch on the dash. An electric motor has full horsepower at 1 RPM. You could run a smaller diesel engine to drive that generator, but the generator turn the drive shaft. Don't have to worry about fooling with the brake system or all the air brakes. I'll leave that alone. And run a smaller diesel engine at a lower RPM. 1,000 RPM would be plenty to turn that generator to that electric motor and run the truck like that. Looks to me like that would be a way to double the fuel mileage of the truck. Now, what do you think about that?
There are some similar systems to what you're describing. Hyliion, it comes to mind where they're using a smaller natural gas, basically similar to a pony motor to do almost exactly what you're talking about. I'm not sure that they eliminated the transmission. I'd have to double check, but very, very similar to what you're describing. And I know there's some other places working on it. The big problem that you run into is weight again. Anytime you have to throw batteries into the system, extra batteries, we run into some weight issues. Now I know the diesel locomotives, they're doing it all with the engine, but there's potential there. There's no doubt. It's the thought's very good. It's something that I know a lot of people have investigated, and it wouldn't surprise me if we see a similar system to that emerge out into the marketplace.
Would it be illegal? Like I've considered doing this with like a 5.9 or 6.7 Cummins, like I have a Dodge pickup for your power, and then you'd have a regular batteries to run your lights and all that stuff. But the only thing that the motor would do would be turning the generator, which fed current to that traction motor, and that's the only difference. Would that be an illegal modification to a truck as long as you didn't fool with the brakes or nothing like that?
It would probably be okay. I would suspect. If you're not putting that modification into a newer truck that has the emission stuff on it, if you used a glider or an older truck, I think you'd be just fine to do that.
Okay, well, I was saying about doing it to one of the newer trucks, but yet leaving the emission stuff like it was on the Dodge pickup, the DOC and all that, DPF and all, leave all that stuff on there.
Yeah, we'd have to ask some questions about that, to whoever's in charge of the regulations on the emissions at, EPA and how that's worded. I would suspect as long as the emission systems were in place that you could probably make a very strong case to go ahead and do that. I love the idea. I mean, there's a lot of really sharp guys out here that, you're right. You were driving all day. We're thinking about this and we put some scenarios together in our head that, would surprise a lot of people. So awesome thought and always, keep thinking like that. And maybe we can put something together at some point and you can get it out on the road and just prove some engineers wrong on some things. It happens, and I think that's good.
Well, now that you've shared your idea with the entire world, Roadmaster, you maybe want to get a patent on that real quick, right?
There you go.
Oh, boy. All right. Well, all right. We close things out here on another Monday morning, Joel. I thank you once again for taking some time out to join us Monday mornings, and we'll kind of look forward to what's on the slate, what's on the agenda for next week. And for those who may have joined us a bit late, we talked about Super Truck 1, Super Truck 2. Is there a place to learn more about all that, what's going on with Super Truck 2?
Yeah, I think probably Department of Energy website, you might be able to find something. And again, at NACFE.org, I think is probably the best place because they will have that information kind of separated and really explained in terms that the transportation people are going to understand. Sometimes, Department of Energy and that, it gets very, very technical and it's more in engineering terms. Mm-hmm. But either place is probably a good place. I think there's going to be an announcement on the second round of funding coming up here very soon as well. So we'll probably see it in the news here before too awful long.
Is that going to be something that's tied like to the infrastructure bill, or is it? Do you know?
I'm assuming so. It'll probably come through, and I think it always has in the past. I think that's how it has been historically funded. So yeah, most likely.
Okay, very good. Well, again, thank you so much. We'll look forward to being back with you next Sunday night, Monday morning, if all goes as planned.
Awesome, Steve. Looking forward to it.
All right. Have a great week. Be safe out there on the road, and we'll talk again. Joel Morrow, there you go. All right. We close things out for hour number 2 as we're underway here on a Monday morning. Get the very latest what's going on with the news update here, and we'll come back. Lots to cover under the industry headlines and so much more. Yeah, we'll update more on our travelers' weather around the country. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The chairman of the Federal Reserve says the U.S. economy is poised for a bounce back. Speaking to CBS's 60 Minutes, Jerome Powell said he believes job creation and economic growth will accelerate through the second half of the year, as long as another wave of COVID infections doesn't take hold.
What we're seeing now is really an economy that seems to be at an inflection point, and that's because of widespread vaccination and strong fiscal support, strong monetary policy support. We feel like we're at a place where the economy is about to start growing much more quickly and job creation coming in much more quickly. So the principal risk to our economy right now really is that the disease would spread again.
Powell also said that he doesn't see the Federal Reserve raising interest rates in the near future. He added that the Fed is committed to a loose monetary policy as part of its strategy to support the economic recovery. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day. Hey there, friends. It's John and Chelsea Jubilee.
And today we have a message for you women out there. Are you premenopausal, postmenopausal, or maybe you're in the middle of menopause right now?
Ouch.
Listen, we have thousands of clients that have reported reversing all of their symptoms of menopause. Or maybe you have thyroid imbalances. Same thing for those women. Listen, this is your time.
Absolutely. You can reverse all of those symptoms and you can be your real joyful, exuberant, and lean self again. Ladies, I don't care if 6 doctors told you can't lose that fat after menopause or in menopause. You can. We have done it hundreds and hundreds of times, even in a medical setting, documented. So make your action call today. Log on to EnergizeHealth.com, EnergizeHealth.com,
or call 888-444-8895. That's 888-444-8895.
COVID vaccinations in the U.S. are continuing at a record pace. Tim Berg has more.
The White House says there's a new record for coronavirus vaccinations in one day. White House COVID advisor Andy Slavitt tweeting yesterday that 4.6 million shots were given out on Saturday. He noted that's 500,000 above the previous record. The CDC says more than 117 million Americans have received at least one dose of the vaccine. That's just above 35% of the population. Meantime, more than 70 million are now fully vaccinated. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And Iranian officials say they were the victims of nuclear terrorism after a blackout at one of their nuclear facilities. The power outage at the Natanz complex south of Tehran comes a day after Iran unveiled the new equipment for enriching uranium. The attack comes as efforts to renegotiate the 2015 nuclear deal are underway in Vienna. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Calls are increasing for President Biden and Vice President Harris to visit the southern border as the humanitarian situation there worsens. Representative Michael McCall was on the border on Friday and said what he saw was the biggest border crisis in his lifetime. The Texas Republican told Fox News that all of the suffering he witnessed could have been avoided if President Biden would have left the border policies of the previous administration in place.
This is the biggest border crisis of my career, my lifetime. It's like a trail of tears to see these children being, marched up from the river to a processing center, then put in the Donna detention facility. A 5-year-old girl in tears, not knowing where she is, not with her parents or her family. It is one of the saddest things, and the saddest thing of all is it could have been prevented. The Biden administration, through the stroke of a pen, reversed the asylum agreements that President Trump negotiated and the Remain in Mexico policy. That I listen to Border Patrol, not politicians. They tell me there's a direct cause and effect between that reversal and the crisis that we're seeing today.
And President Biden is set to meet with lawmakers on Monday to discuss his more than $2 trillion infrastructure plan. The president has said that he's open to listening to ideas on his plan, but insists that the country needs a large investment in its infrastructure. But Republicans have been hesitant to support the package because of some of the contents of the plan, as well as an increase to the corporate tax rate to fund it. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says the White House would like to see the plan passed by Memorial Day. He tells CNN that the country has needed to work on its infrastructure for years. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, welcome back here on a Monday. Trying to get the latest. So here we are into, second week? I guess maybe rolling into would this be week number 3 for the Derek Chauvin trial? Got a losing track there. Minneapolis, where the whole George Floyd thing occurred, which of course led to violence, riots, looting. And tonight it's yet another unfolding scenario. Some of the coverage still live into these late night hours, which started about 2 o'clock in the afternoon Central Time this past day, right in the midst of the Derek Chauvin trial. All right, midnight hour Central Time, so 1 o'clock Eastern Time. All right, the mayor has issued a curfew order for the city, Brooklyn Center. Reports of widespread looting at several businesses in the shopping center there, the Shingle Creek Crossing Shopping Center. So we'll try to stay on top of what's going on there. And meanwhile, we'll get to some of our industry headlines on a Monday morning. Hope you had a great weekend, and our number, of course, is 844-844-3388. The American Trucking Associations, the American Property, and the American Property Casualty Insurance, and the Coalition Against Insurance Fraud have announced a new partnership that will focus on tackling scams by tow truck operators, as well as staged crashes. Combining our resources, we hope to focus policymakers on putting together some sort of legislation that will curb towing fraud and staged accidents in the industry. In a joint press release, they stated the evidence that led to their commitment to combating these serious issues. Commercial trucking companies have been targeted by tow truck operations that abuse insurers and crash victims by showing up at sites without authorization, to which vehicle owners are then charged excessive rates and fees in some cases. According to Forbes, there are several different types of towing fraud, they explain. Number one is gate fees. When an impound lot charges what they call a gate fee or a labor fee or a release fee to have someone open the gate. Those types of fees may actually be illegal in your state. I guess it varies from one to the other. Then you've had the inflated fees. When a tow truck company charges fees above your insurance company's policy limits and then demands you pay the difference. It's a good idea to get your insurance company involved if you suspect a tow truck company inflates their fees. For example, owners of a tow truck company in Philadelphia were indicted last year for allegedly inflating their fees more than 5 times the industry standard. Next is what they call patrol towing, when a tow truck operator has a spotter on the lookout for illegally parked cars. The spotter notifies the operator, otherwise known as a bandit, who then tows the car to an impound lot where you might be charged those inflated or unnecessary fees. Steering is when a tow truck driver comes on an accident scene. A lot of times they actually monitor the police scanners, and they try to convince you to tow your car to a shop that they're collaborating with. Steering is illegal in most states as well. They go on to say, we know from our members that some of the most egregious examples of abuse arise out of vehicles, accidents involving commercial vehicles. We look forward to working with the other members to address these sort of issues around the country. And then family members say they've recovered the body of a truck driver who passed away late last year. You may recall a crash off the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel in Virginia. Hard to imagine they didn't find his body till now. The body of 47-year-old, this is box truck driver Eric Mezek, apparently found Friday a little bit before 9 a.m. by a local on the Cape Hatteras National Seashore Beach in North Carolina. Mezek passed away on December 29th last year after his truck went overboard on the east side of the northbound span of the CBBT between North Channel Bridge and the northernmost island. He was making a routine delivery in Virginia Beach when he crashed off the bridge. Witnesses at the time say they saw Mezek exit the truck and float west in the water. The Coast Guard and other agencies searched for the body, eventually having to call off the search. Mezek leaves behind a wife of 24 years and 2 children. But all that time, wow. So washed up on the beach, and I would just assume there probably wasn't a whole lot left of him, right? Obviously, they had to use DNA evidence to identify that he was actually the driver of that truck from all those months ago. All right, looking at 14 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Good morning, Heat Wave. What's going on this morning?
Good morning, senor. Well, we're busted down, been broke down for a while, but hopefully we'll be on our feet again. Hey, you're talking about that driver. Well, I wonder if anything ever happened to the driver that Monkey Gouger was talking about when he was at that shipper here last week or the week before. They said they were trying to get the driver to wake up, and they didn't have any success getting them up.
Never would open the door. I mean, didn't see any movement or anything. Yeah, I recall that.
Yeah, I just was wondering if he's got any more update to it, or hopefully it come to a happy conclusion where he was just in a really damn deep sleep instead of being that kind that you're 6 foot under with. So, anyways, I was talking to Chevy guy earlier, and I was wondering if his hero got the heroin in the end. I guess that's still to be continued. Not a whole lot happening. I just understood Friday we went to Albuquerque and they said there was no freight, so we had to wait, basically do a reset before they had anything for us out here. And it looks like Team Freight is dropping off for quite a few companies. One of them would be Snyder. I was talking to a friend of mine who's running Team. And of course, they're a married team, so their paycheck doesn't hurt too bad. But they said, yeah, they had to convert to solo because there just wasn't a whole lot of Team Freight out there. And I'm wondering if this is just a beginning to a bad season, or if it's just seasonal, where right now not a whole lot's getting produced. So I don't know if you heard anything about freight dropping as far as getting out from the manufacturers. But when you start threatening to add 7% more on corporate taxes, it seems like to me that a corporation is either going to pass that along to the consumer to make up for their losses, because nobody wants to make nothing, or it would be cheaper for them just to go ahead and pack up and say, you know what, it was nice while we were here, but we're going to go elsewhere where the tax rate is more business friendly. I mean, I hear there's a Ford shut down a plant in Ohio going to Mexico because of the potential taxes going up. People out here ain't stupid, and we are not stupid. We're not out here, driving the trucks with our knees, with a finger up our ass and a finger in our nose. If anyone's going to sense something going bad, it's going to be us, the truck driver. And why? We're like the canary in a coal mine. If the canary dies, there's something wrong with the air, so you get out of there.
Mm-hmm.
Why these people do not listen to us is beyond me. They said somebody wanted to be a politician, another one wanted to be a car salesman, and they looked at each other and they avoided each other because of professional courtesy. That's about the way it is with politicians. So anyway, other than that, you have yourself a good but short weekend.
Yeah, it was rather quick. I'll admit that. Yeah, boom. It's like, here we are back again. But I had a good weekend. Yep. Good. Well, I'll tell you what, I don't want to end my telephone time with a sob story, so I guess we'll end it with a happy funny if we got time for one. Absolutely.
All righty. So, boy joins the monastery, and the rules are that after every 5 years, he is allowed to say 2 words. And all during this time, he can't speak. He has to wait until it's his time to say his 2 words to the high priest or whoever runs that damn monastery. So after the first 5 years, he goes into the office and they says, "Would you like to make a statement, son?" And he said, "Bed's hard." All right. 5 more years go by. They bring him back in. "Son, do you have anything you want to say?" He said, "Food, terrible." All right. 5 more years go by. They ask him for his 2 words of advice again. He says, "Clothing, uncomfortable. 5 more years go by. I said, son, do you have anything to say? And he said, I quit. And the head friar looks at him and says, well, we didn't think you'd last this long. He says, all you did nothing but complain. Where's that little bomb machine at? Hear that explosion go on.
Kaboom!
Kaboom! Have yourself a good morning, senor.
All right. All you did was complain. All right. Well, we were talking with Joel there earlier about the nuclear verdicts. His take was a little different than I had thought down the line. It's leaning towards, in the event that they increase your minimum insurance to whatever it is, what do they want? $1.5 million, $2 million? I can't recall the number because it's kind of fluctuated over the years. But he said it's the kind of thing that has to be passed on. Your increased insurance cost will be passed on essentially to the consumers, the middle class, or everybody in the form of higher freight rates. So, when I ask about, for the self-insured companies out there, which I know it's mostly the larger companies, then the big operations where they self-insure, they wouldn't have to change anything. Because no matter what sort of a verdict that comes down on that company, and many of them are the nuclear verdicts, it's pretty much the same. They're self-insured. So it's the smaller operations, the independents, the small fleets, 3, 4, or 5 truck operations, where the cost of their insurance, would they be able to pass that on with higher rates? If the big companies don't have to really change their rates. Of course, his response was, if you try to force out of business so many of the smaller operators, those big companies, they're never going to be able to keep up with the demand. And ultimately, it would force the rates. The rates would have to go higher. There's no avoiding it across the board. So I came across from CNBC this past week talking about the nuclear verdicts. This year should be smooth sailing for the president of Combined Transport. Trucking company that his dad started in 1980, busier than ever, trying to meet the demand for delivered goods amid the pandemic. But with some 500 trucks on the road around the country, Card's constantly thinking about highway safety because just one bad crash could put his company on the brink of bankruptcy. If someone wins $20 million from the jury, my insurance companies only pay the first 5. I'd have to pay the next $15 million. We couldn't do that. We'd have to shut our doors. It is not a unique concern, they say. According to the data from the National Safety Council, just over 5,000 large trucks were involved in fatal crashes. These statistics for 2019, which was a 43% increase from 2010. The number of injuries associated with truck crashes rose 7% that year to 160,000. Majority of those, the occupants of other vehicles. Where jury awards for crashes are also skyrocketing when you consider verdicts of more than $1 million. The average size increased nearly 1,000% from 2010 to 2018. Rising from 2.3 million to 22.3 million, according to the American Transportation Research Institute. U.S. Express has about 7,000 trucks, and their CEO said that for comparable accidents, verdict sizes have increased as much as 10 times over just the last 3 or 4 years. When you get into jury trials, there's very much a feeling of somebody has to pay for this. And it's the big pockets. It's called a nuclear verdict. Jury awards that surpass $10 million. Liberty Mutual Insurance blames corporate mistrust, litigation financing, and social pessimism. The system's broken. In lawsuits that went in favor of the plaintiffs, hours of service violations, lack of a clean driving history, and fatigue were most common cited factors. Of course, the trucking industry as a whole says this is unfairly punitive, biased against transportation companies, and it's brought about by these aggressive attorneys. It points to high-profile accidents that have resulted in massive verdicts against trucking companies, even when the passenger cars are clearly at fault for the accident. Yeah, how could that be? How could you face a nuclear verdict when the automobile was clearly at fault for the accident? One of the largest stemmed from an accident in Odessa, Texas, that involved Werner Enterprises. I think we've talked about this particular crash before. It was winter weather, where the driver of a pickup truck lost control, crossed the median, striking the tractor-trailer head-on, killing a 7-year-old passenger, seriously injuring 3 others. That family successfully sued and was awarded $90 million. A case that is apparently still currently under appeal. If an accident like this, clearly the fault of the driver, who was hit by the out-of-control vehicle, think about what that means for every motorist out there on the road. Ultimately, I think somehow they were able to convince the jury that these weather conditions were bad. This truck driver should not have been on the road. Had he pulled off the road and waited out the storm, he would not have been there at the time the pickup truck lost control, crossing the median, striking him head on. It's just unfathomable that people can think along those lines, but ultimately $90 million. Smaller operators, if the deductibles are too high or the insurance premiums get too high, they have to scale back the amount of coverage. Of course, federal law requires $750,000 in liability coverage right now. The cost of insurance is already a big concern for smaller companies. Todd Spencer of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association says the push for higher minimum coverage could indeed drive smaller operations out of business. These are proposals on the table that would pretty much increase the minimum required right now by a factor of 5. Which he says would be the death knell for many, many small business truckers. So I guess two sides, two differing opinions. If the freight rates were to increase, and it would probably have to be a pretty dramatic increase if you're going to cover that 5-fold increase in coverage cost. If it weren't to go up, no two ways about it. Many of this, especially the smaller companies that are, many already struggling. Trucking has been a very, very low, what's the term they use? Low profit margin business. 3, 4, 5%. Maybe 6%. The profit margin, not real big. An increase in insurance rates like that would just literally wipe out the profit margin, and you're out of business. All right, our number is 844-844-3388. We'll get a quick time out here, news break as we call it. Back with more on a Monday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The chairman of the Federal Reserve says the U.S. economy is poised for a bounce back. Speaking to CBS's 60 Minutes, Jerome Powell said he believes job creation and economic growth will accelerate through the second half of the year, as long as another wave of COVID infections doesn't take hold.
What we're seeing now is really an economy that seems to be at an inflection point, and that's because of widespread vaccination and strong fiscal support, strong monetary policy support. We feel like we're at a place where the economy is about to start growing much more quickly and job creation coming in much more quickly. So the principal risk to our economy right now really is that the disease would spread again.
Powell also said that he doesn't see the Federal Reserve raising interest rates in the near future. He added that the Fed is committed to a loose monetary policy as part of its strategy to support the economic recovery. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-882-2093. 800-882-2093. 800-882-2093. That's 800-882-2093.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it here. What do you see? As of Friday, you only had a few days. Technically, you've got today. It's down to the line. And that is to comment on the Department of Labor's decision to withdraw the final rule regarding worker classification. Back in March, Labor Department announced they had plans to rescind the previous administration's independent contractor status under the Fair Labor Standards Act rule. That was had been set to take effect on March the 8th. So again, comments will be accepted through today, April the 12th, that is Monday. In that news release back in March, the department said that the rule would significantly weaken protections to American workers under the Fair Labor Standards Act. The worker classification rule attempted to tackle worker classification with the, quote, economic reality test to determine whether a worker's an employee or an independent contractor under the Fair Labor Standards Act. Now, Labor Department said they plan to withdraw the rule for several reasons. The rule adopted a new economic reality test, determining if you're an employee or an independent contractor. Courts and the department have not used the new economic reality test, and the Labor Standards Act's text or long-standing case law does not support the test, they say. As of Friday, the docket included many comments from truck drivers as well as freelance riders who are asking the Department of Labor to reconsider withdrawing the rule. Kevin Smith says, leave trucking alone. This law, this ABC test, will do nothing but tax the whole population and force truckers into never being able to expand or work toward their own authority. The way banking is now, it guarantees maximum taxes will be paid to keep the ability to borrow money. This change will do nothing but make the mega fleets stronger, as well as the unions, while wiping out small businesses. Many of the comments from freelance writers focused on their need to set their own hours. OOIDA said they were disappointed by the decision to completely withdraw the rule. It's frustrating to see the departments decided to withdraw the independent contractor rule, according to OOIDA's Director of Legislative Affairs, as we told them when they announced the delay to the rule. There are some improvements that should have been made, and overall the rule would likely have provided some new certainty for owner-operators. This is missed opportunity for the department to make changes and address the specific concerns of owner-operators. Looks like OOIDA will actually be filing their formal comments today. If you would like to comment, you go to the website regulations.gov. You have to have a docket number, as they call it. You enter the docket number, which would be WHD-2020-0007-3317. And they always say you do have to have the dashes in there. They are crucial. WHD-2020-0007-3317. Today, the final day to submit your comments in regards to that. There you go, up to speed on that one. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Let's jump over to Dan this morning. How we doing, Dan?
Oh, pretty good, Steve. I called originally, but I want to comment on what you just said. I have never understood. I mean, I know this ABC test, and I called about insurance originally, but I do want to comment on this Department of Fair Labor Standards. I just feel that, I mean, for instance, the test was that if you tell a driver that this, you're driving their truck, an owner's truck, and that driver, how you classify him as an independent contractor is beyond me. If you're telling them you will only use this truck to do what I tell you to do with it, and you will go here and there, you understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
And I will provide all of the maintenance, I will provide all of the fuel, but you're an independent contractor. And as such, you're going to pay you're going to pay self-employment taxes. You're not, you know what I'm saying? I'm not the employee. You're not an employee. And I still don't understand how these companies, and when they say the large fleets, the mega fleets, well, they do the same thing. They offer these leases.
Yep.
And Prime's one of them. They all do. And when they offer these leases and stuff to people, they control what they do with the truck, and it's just a way for them to avoid having this person as an employee. And this kind of ties into insurance, because if the person's out there who's under this is the driver, and he considers him or herself an independent contractor, well, if there is a catastrophic accident, well, then that driver, I don't know if they would get insurance. I've never had that arrangement, but, the plaintiff will not just sue, let's say, ABC Trucking Company. They'll sue the driver individually. And the driver is probably not covered under the corporate, what they call the corporate veil. So they don't have, you know what I'm saying? They don't have any ability there's something they call occupational hazard insurance that they've come up with in lieu of workman's comp. And because a lot of companies someone would go out somewhere, and the lease driver has an independent contractor is involved with a workman's comp case. Well, he's involved with workman's comp case, but the employer or the owner of the truck who he's leased to he doesn't have a workman's comp on that individual. Now, and so they do have what's called, and many shippers are requiring that they have an occupational health insurance before they come onto their lot. And I don't get me wrong, you know that I'm a supporter of President Trump. And I really don't know what, I thought it was pretty set in case law that there was this test that determines whether or not an individual is an independent contractor. Now, you take somebody like Red Mule. He owns the truck. He books the truck. He can do where he can park the truck. He can do whatever he wants with the truck. And he pays his own insurance. And he has his own authority, his own MC number. So, yes, he's an independent contractor. But, and matter of fact, these people take the freight, these leased operators will take the freight at the price that they're told to take it. And as I said, I just feel that it's quite frankly something that's needed to be dealt with for a long time. And I don't see how they, unless you're just changing, and I don't know the proposed rule, but were they proposing changing it to allow an exemption for people involved in interstate commerce?
That was the idea. In California is the one that passed. It was California AB5. They started with the same ABC test that they're looking to make on a federal level, a national level. But in California, they did put a hold on the trucking sector, the owner operator model, because there were a number of trucking companies, bigger companies that said that they wouldn't operate in California anymore because, I guess what you're talking about, the lease operator model, would not fit there.
Well, I know, but now the ABC model, there is a litmus test, as I call it, or that is to be used federally, and that's been around for 35 or 40 years. And that determines overtime and whether or not, now, there is an exemption. For instance, LTL carriers, most of them have employees, what I call W-2 employees. They are not required to pay a driver involved in interstate commerce time and a half wages. They are exempt from overtime laws. But that's different than saying you're exempt being a contractor. Now, when you say owner-operator, I'm thinking again of somebody like Red Mule, or I think Monkey Gouger, and maybe Grump. You know what I'm saying? Where I know in the case of Red Mule, he owns the whole dang show. And quite frankly, he's one of the few people I know sharp enough, him and Monkey Gouger, but particularly Red Mule, to know how to do that. You know what I'm saying? He owns the trailer. He owns the rights. It's his. And I would be shocked if Red Mule doesn't have more than $750,000 worth of insurance. Where I have an exception, what this Joel said was, well, we'll just pass it along and so forth. Well, what he didn't say was not just will the small trucking owner try to pass this along, but the people who won't be paying more insurance because they're self-insured. You don't think Werner has insurance, but it's for excess limits. They're self-insured. Schneider's self-insured. UPS is self-insured. But you don't think they'll try to pass that along? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Or it's going to put them at such the small operator at such a I mean, I number one, I can't imagine somebody operating vehicles with $750,000 worth of liability. They'll just go out of business. And what the story you read is, people think, okay, I got $5 million worth of insurance. All right, so that's the most you can get out of me. no, that's not the most they can get out of you. And this, the guy who's driving the Werner truck, I don't know if he was on a lease or what, but, he was sued individually. These attorneys will file suit against the driver. And employees, a lot of the union employees, that's specifically in their labor contract that they will provide, the employer has to provide insurance or legal fee, legal representation, and they do for drivers who are involved in accidents and are being sued. But they're covered under the what they call the corporate veil. But you take somebody who's a lease person, Joe Blow goes to, let's say, Prime, and Prime leases him the truck. Well, they lease it to an individual who doesn't have any type of liability protection. So the rest of his life, he's got a judgment hanging over him. I think they've got 10 years to collect it. So, don't get me wrong. There's very little that Joseph Biden would propose that I would even bother to read. But, and again, I don't know if this is him, and this is something that's not only wanted by labor unions. I don't know that it's wanted by labor unions, but it would be, yes, because they could organize people like FedEx or attempt to do so. But it's definitely wanted by the big. It's definitely wanted by the big carriers. It's not wanted by the big carriers. Excuse me, sir. It's not wanted by the big carriers because their business model is they don't want employees. Now, I don't know if that's changed any, but yourself, there was lawsuits against Schneider over this lease deal, about you lease the truck from them and they do this or that. But even an owner-operator, somebody that owns his own truck, that leases on through, let's say FedEx, well, they can't use that truck except for the use of FedEx. Because they buy their insurance through FedEx. And as a matter of fact, I don't even know if they can use it for personal purposes with FedEx. There's conditions concerning that insurance. So I in this particular case, I hope that rule is repealed because I don't understand. I think it's putting a lot of people unsuspectingly, and you know what I'm saying, not realizing that they could be sued for this stuff, especially when you're talking about, quite frankly, a screwy lawsuit where somebody does cross the highway, you know what I'm saying, and the trucking company is not at fault, but yet they're looking at a $90 million judgment.
Yep.
Now, I know there was a child lost, and my feeling, we've gone through all that. You don't think that those people weren't offered $5 or $10 million? Werner would only be so happy to write a check for $5 million to get out of that. And, I'm just being upfront with you. And I don't know how that judgment is going to stick, but I can tell you this. You remember when Domino's used to have that deal about pizza delivered? You remember that? If the pizza's delivered and not in 25 minutes or 30 minutes, it's free.
30 minutes or it's free.
And
correct.
Yeah, they had that 30-minute deal. Okay, the franchisee in St. Louis, it's public knowledge. It was a company called Hively. They were the lawsuit. But the franchisee driver had an accident and killed somebody. And they used that against them, and they got a multi-million-dollar judgment. I mean, I'm talking like a $60 or $70 million judgment. Now, that's not the same thing as the Werner accident. But, and I don't know who totally was at fault, but there was enough fault there. But the guy actually lost. He's still in business. I don't know how much insurance he had and how much Domino's had to pay, but that was the case in St. Louis. And they used, well, you're making you know what I'm saying? You're making a claim out there that unless it's there, so we're assuming the driver is really speeding up to get that pizza there on time.
And that would kind of make sense on that. The case of the Warner, though, but for the jury to be able to be convinced by the attorneys for the 7-year-old that was killed that the truck driver should not have been on the road. Well, can't the same be said about the family that was out there in their automobile in their pickup truck in the same exact weather? They shouldn't have been out there either.
Well, right. I mean, they shouldn't have been out there. And who's to say if the road is not closed, both of them have the legal right to be out there.
Absolutely.
And if the state highway, if the state highway patrol, there can be, and who's to say the driver wasn't trying to get to a safe haven to get off the road? I mean, but that insurance, and this gets back to what Joel said, well, pass it along. Well, no, I don't agree with that, Joel, because there's some people that don't have to pay that, and they'll either get that because everybody else is, or they'll put these smaller people at a very they'll put them at a very uncompetitive edge, and they are at an uncompetitive edge if they're buying their own insurance. I would think that you still speak with OIDA people. I don't know if you still have contact much with them, but I'm an employee, so I'm not a member of that. But I'd wonder what percentage of OIDA member or what percentage of people they feel are with big carriers just so they can get their insurance at a good price. I mean, I couldn't imagine anybody that would let Red Mule, or much less him, or any of these other people, Monkey Gouger, sit there with $750,000 worth of liability insurance. Steve, that wouldn't get you. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you might as well put your house up for sale. I mean, because you're not going to. You know what I'm saying? And those people either are LLCs or something else. But no, I mean, I think it should be raised, but I do think, I don't know how many people are just running with the bare minimum. But the most important story I heard tonight, though, was the one about that Fair Labor Standards Act, and I was kind of like involved with that in another industry, but it had to do with overtime, and the individual who we had to pay the overtime explained to me what that litmus test is, and do they have control? It has to do with control and the right to use the equipment for other revenue. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So you lease the truck from Prime. Okay. Well, I'd like to take a load, that Schneider's got on their road board, their load board. Oh, no. Now they may have some sort of reciprocating agreement, or I just want to take a load from Steve Summers Frozen Foods on my own. No, you cannot do that. And that, to me, and I always assumed they got by with it because I thought there might have been an exemption for, you know what I'm saying, people involved in that. But, for people involved in interstate commerce, there is an exemption for wage and out. That is, for overtime. They do not have to pay overtime.
Right.
And now with the shortage of drivers, you are seeing a lot of these companies offering overtime over 40. Most union contracts are over 8. But I'm just shocked by it, Steve. I thought that was well settled, and I didn't know. I know I talk to these people who drive for Prime, and they go, "Are you own the truck?" Because they'll have contractor. No, I'm leasing it from them. Oh, well, this is the truck they said. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like in your face with the law. Now, maybe President Trump, and again, he may have cleared this up. I mean, he may have made the exception greater. And California only did it, like you say, because they probably couldn't get stuff delivered into the state of California.
Well, if we go back in time, you were mentioning what you call the lease purchase deals, right? That's the ones that kind of oftentimes rip off the individual that jumps on board, signs on the dotted line. It says, I'm going back to like the archives, OOIDA was initially supportive of the AB5 to end what they called the plague of lease purchase schemes to bilk drivers. I guess then they had to step back and look at the bigger picture and opposition to the whole ABC test mandate because it would be overreaching, they said. So I'm gonna pick up there next hour. That's how times change, things change, but we are right now up to our news update time. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden is set to meet with lawmakers on Monday to discuss his more than $2 trillion infrastructure plan. The president has said that he is open to listening to ideas on his plan, but insists that the country needs a large investment into its infrastructure. But Republicans have been hesitant to support the package because of some of the contents of the plan, as well as the use of an increase to the corporate tax rate to fund it. Representative Liz Cheney says that the president's package could get GOP support if a large number of changes are made. The Wyoming Republican tells CBS's Face the Nation that too much of the funding in the bill goes to pet projects that have nothing to do with infrastructure.
The bill would need to be fundamentally redone. It would need to be a different bill. It would need to actually focus on infrastructure, not on so many of the additional Green New Deal spending priorities that are focused on helping Democrat allies around the country.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
White House border coordinator Roberta Jacobson announced Friday that she would be leaving her post at the end of the month, as the humanitarian crisis at the southern border only seems to be getting worse. Representative Ashley Hinson recently visited the border and says that the president and vice president need to make a visit as well. The Iowa Republican tells Fox News that they need to go sit down with law enforcement on the ground to fully understand the true impact of the situation.
I think Vice President Harris needs to come. President Biden needs to come. He needs to do what we did, which was sit down with Republican sheriffs, Democrat sheriffs. This is a nonpartisan issue, and I can tell you that our law enforcement is strapped. They're being outspent. They're being out technology. The cartels are using way more technology than what we have, and they're using it to their advantage. So the cartels are the ones that are winning this war. And until they see that and hear that firsthand from the people who are actually experiencing it, I think for them it's truly out of sight, out of mind.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
Russia has begun massing troops on the border with Ukraine in response to what it calls provocations from Kiev. Russian defense officials have said that they could intervene should a civil war in eastern Ukraine between government forces and Russian-backed separatists reignite. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says the United States is concerned about Russia's latest movements in the region. He tells NBC's Meet the Press that there will be consequences if Russia continues their aggression.
And as we speak right now, I have to tell you we have real concerns about Russia's actions on the borders of Ukraine. There are more Russian forces massed on those borders than at any time since 2014 when Russia first invaded. That's why we're in very close contact and close coordination with our allies and partners in Europe. All of us share that concern. And President Biden's been very clear about this. If Russia acts recklessly or aggressively, there will be costs, there will be consequences. He's equally clear-eyed about the proposition that when it comes to Russia, there are areas where our interests align or certainly overlap, and we have an interest in working together, for example, on arms control, as we did in extending the START agreement. So the question is Russia going to continue to act aggressively and recklessly? If it does, the president's been clear, there'll be costs, there'll be consequences.
And Olympic officials in Tokyo say that athletes who come down with minor symptoms of COVID-19 will be housed in a hotel away from the athletes' village. Organizers are working on securing around 300 hotel rooms to provide a place for any athletes who are infected to quarantine during the games this summer. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
And we'll pick up right there where we left off. I said, okay, going back to the archives, I'm going back to like 2019, or even then, OOIDA was supportive of AB5. That was specific to California. It's a chance to end the plague of lease purchase schemes that ultimately bilk drivers. Then they kind of reversed course. Opposition to the AB5 ABC test, stating it's overreach. It's overreaching. How'd they put it here? More broadly, the rise of what they call the gig economy, GIG, the gig economy thriving in California has left state legislators, especially in progressive states like California, grasping for ways to regulate and maintain enforcement of fair labor standards. The gig economy refers to a heavier reliance on independent contractors, things like Uber drivers and Lyft drivers, rather than workers in traditionally employee-employer relationship. The Teamsters have been one of the strongest proponents of laws to regulate worker classification. They pointed to the Teamsters president Jim Hoffa's statement after AB5's passage, to which he said, misclassification is an attempt to weaken the power of workers, including the thousands of truck drivers in California who deserve a living wage and full rights as employees. With AB5, California takes a strong stand. Workers who should earn a living wage and have the protections to which they're entitled. They said driver misclassification are missed out on owed benefits and employee protections. The cry from leased owner-operators is far louder than this narrative being spun by the pro-labor that everybody wants to be an employee. If a guy wants to be an employee truck driver, there's many, many opportunities to do that. Tens of thousands of job openings at fleets for company drivers. So for now, in California, trucking operations are unchanged. But it's a temporary thing. I guess this is all working its way through the courts. One driver he runs a small fleet out of San Diego who contracts with a handful of owner-operators, says, I'm not counting my chickens before they hatch. It seems hopeful now, but I'm hoping it gets solidified permanently. Likewise, his owner-operators are relieved by the decision, he says. They're happy contractors. They don't want to move somewhere else, and they don't want to get their own authority. I guess he's running leased operators. So it all does get kind of confusing, but hey, let's jump right back to the calls. What do you say, Grump?
Hey, Steve. That last caller you had on there, I need to correct him on a few things on what he was talking about. Okay, no trucking company, no anyone involved in interstate commerce has to pay, technically has to pay any kind of overtime. It's been like that since 1933. And he was talking about company drivers, getting sued and getting taken for everything. That don't happen. All right, there's no lawsuit yet that I can find that serves any purpose whatsoever of going after a company driver for liability. He's driving a truck for a company. The protections that are put in place for him are on the liability side. So, what they're going to get, a 1985 Ford or something like that. I mean, it's the same way with owner operators that are leased to these companies. That's one reason why owner operators lease to a lot of companies is number one, to get so that they're not paying that high cost of insurance. Number two, the steady freight base. There's a lot of different reasons. Now, I've never leased a truck. I've always bought my trucks. I've leased on to companies. I've ran my own authority. I've done it different ways. I just have better luck leasing to a company. I'm leased to an all owner operator company, same one Gouger is, and I'm we do fine. And that's what I really like to stay at. But when you look at this Warner case, there were some things there that I don't know if you knew about it, but I wrote I guess it was 6 years ago, somewhere around in there. It was right after this happened. I wrote a training program for Warner. One of the executives that I know, we were having dinner one night, and he was talking, and we were talking about the problems out here on the road, and I said, it's just a lack of training. And I said, take your company, the turnover rate and this and that, and we just got to talking, and I said, have you ever considered a different kind of training program? And he said, well, put something on paper. He knew I write, and he said, well, put something on paper and let me take a look at it. And one thing led to another. But we talked about this case here, and I think Warner pretty much saw the writing on the wall right then and there. The pickup truck was already in the lane. He had already crossed into the westbound lane and was sitting there. There was 3 other accidents, and what the transcripts and things that I've seen on this accident was a student was driving the Warner truck. It was not an owner operator. It was a company truck. A student was driving that truck, and the trainer was in the bunk asleep. And here they're on icy roads. He's traveling in excess of 60 mile an hour. He already passed 3 accidents. Just got over on the left lane, blew by him, boom, 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 and couldn't get stopped and hit the pickup truck that was already in the lane. Now, people, they had over 50 different witnesses to that effect. The cops had already been called on them several times, and said, hey, this truck's out here. He's hauling ass. They need to slow him down. And, when a jury goes into a civil litigation, and that's what this was. No tickets was issued, I don't think. I think there was. It may be a traveling too fast for conditions, and there was something else. But when you go into civil litigation like this, the first thing the jury is going to look at, and it took, they were in there 6 weeks over this, so it was not a cut and dry case. I mean, they wanted to get their ducks in a row and look at it, and I'm not supporting, these cases, and I'm not against Warner. I'm just telling you what the facts of the case were.
Okay.
And when the jury looks at this, they look at several different things, and they're instructed to look at several different things. The history of the company, number one, they went back to, over a 2-year period there. Warner had 855 million miles driven, and they had 960 major collisions, in that 2-year period. They looked at the fact that they have a 100% turnover rate. That was something that was brought up in the court. And they look at their gross revenue. With that kind of turnover rate and their gross revenue still exceeding $200 billion per year. So they look at a lot of things, they say, well, hell, is this a trucking company or a driver mill? Are they just pumping drivers through, getting as many miles out of them as they possibly can, and then boom, that's the end of it. These are things that they look at on civil litigation now. And one of the major things that trucking companies are sued for right now is block merging. I see it all the time. You'll see somebody that's trying to cut in, and a truck will speed up, and it'll try to block this car out or whatever. What good that serves, I have no idea. Even coming off a ramp, if I've seen that happen several times. I know Illinois at one point in time was they treated those ramps as uncontrolled intersections. The driver on the left yields to the driver on the right. It was a question on the test. And, I think White about 10 years ago ran a fault thing that would come through that road law or whatever on these, on those type of situations. But there's a lot of factors involved in these things. And, these civil litigation, when these civil judgments are based off a percentage, a shared percentage of fault, whether, I guess they looked at this Warner truck and said, hey, there's 90% fault right here. He went by 3 accidents, the trainee did not have the experience to be behind the wheel in those slick roads, and he's hauling ass down the road anyway. And that was on the transcripts and several, and they have a lot of it squashed right now because it's still, the judgment is still under review, and
Appeal,
it's under, but there's a lot of things that's going on with this. And so it's, like I said, it's not always cut and dry, but these lease purchase programs, Steve, I know a lot of people that has been involved in them. I really don't see anybody that's ever really been successful with one. Your truck's pretty much wore out by the time you get the damn thing paid off. And, I know a lot of these companies are, paying $1,000 a week on a truck. That's a hell of a lot of money, man. Before you put one bean on the table, you've already kicked out just in payments alone and in insurance and your escrow and all the rest of this crap, $1,000. So yeah, when you look at some of these kids that are, hey, I'm an owner operator. No, you're not. You're renting a truck from a company. That's all you're doing. And those lease purchase programs are so horrific that, hell, call them up and get one. I mean, they would probably release one to you just to see what it is, or see some driver that may have one or something like that calls the show or something. So, and look it over. But they're amazing. I mean, they really are. I mean, it's at any time they can jerk the damn rug out from underneath. Look at Arrow. All them guys that were leasing them trucks from Arrow. Arrow went bankrupt. What happened to them? Guys were damn near paying them off. They were just a few $1,000s off of paying them off and had to turn them in. Lost everything. That's a good reason not to monkey with them things. Buy your own truck. I mean, I have nothing against people that's going to lease a truck to a company. If you want to run under their authority and haul their freight, and that's I see nothing wrong with that. I mean, hell, that's just the way life is. I mean, it's just like I said, I've ran my own authority. It's a pain in the ass when you're dealing with brokers and you're dealing with this and you're dealing with that and trying to get paid and it's a lot better than what it was. Years ago when I was doing it. But, right now, I wouldn't, switch over to that for any reason right now. I mean, I make too damn much money right now, doing what I'm doing. But it's, this whole, I don't know. It's when you look at what's went on in the trucking industry over the years, the lease purchase program was born off of deregulation. When they opened that up, they had to get, trucks out on the road. They no longer had the protections of guys hauling agriculture or the wildcatters and things like that. Everybody had to run run something. They had to have numbers on their damn truck. And lease purchase was a way to get butts back in seats. And it's working today. And like I said, you talk to some of these guys, I'm an owner operator, and here he's pulling in with a damn prime truck that's got, you can tell right away, you're not an owner operator. You're leasing that truck. Yeah, I know, but I get paid like an owner operator. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. That kind of thing. I don't, it's the problem is, hell, look at me, I make enough money right now, and have over the years, when I blew my engine, I didn't worry that much about it. I mean, hell, we had the money to fix it. That was $30,000, and it comes from keeping the rates up there where you can, working and putting back some cash and stuff like that. Number one, and buying your damn truck from a dealer, go to a dealer and get your truck, or buy it from an individual. But, these lease purchase programs are crazy. And, if you want to lose your ass, that's a good way to do it. But I don't know, man. I look at a lot of this, and a lot of and I'm always reading, case law over some of the trucking industry. Frivolous lawsuits are just running crazy. And there is more and more law firms right now popping up around the country to fight for truck drivers' rights, in these frivolous lawsuits, in their protections. But you're not going to see, rarely would you ever see a owner-operator that's leased to a company or a company driver that will be sued, as a joint lawsuit over an accident or anything like that. There's just no money there. And that's the first damn thing. These ambulance chasing bastards out here on the road. It's got these big signs on the highway that says, if you've been bumped by a truck, give us a call. We can get you some money. Mm-hmm. A lot of these trucking companies are going to pay the liability right off the bat. They're going to, they look at it and it's, I was leased to a company there, a while back that, they had one of the drivers hit a car, they, $300,000 they paid him and paid for the car, paid for this, paid for that, just to avoid, going to court over it. And, they went through the whole exoneration thing and just paid the damn lawyer and everything. And that's a business out here. It always has been, it's just one of these things where they look at it and they say, they got to keep these trucks rolling. So yeah, we can get some money out of that. And, that's simple. This is what I want to see stopped, and these percentages that attorneys are getting, they we'll foot the bill for every damn thing. We'll sue and we'll pay all the expenses and every damn thing like that and you pay us back when it's settled. If people would put money up front, on this tort, and everything that they had talked about years ago, on this tort reform where people had, the loser has to pay, they wouldn't be this crap out here on the highway right now. But, in the case of Werner, that I think that was kind of a cut and dry case. I mean, if you look at it, I mean, when they litigate for 6 weeks over this and had over 50 witnesses to this accident and, that kind of a judgment, there was more to it than met the story, than people really knew about. But, I don't know, man. It's we're torn in this industry, Steve. We really are. I mean, when you look at it, these e-logs and not just e-logs, but the old paper logs and every damn thing else. And then you got this road check coming up here, and the fines are enormous anymore for falsification or something like that. And hell, the falsification is changing. like if I forget to annotate fueling or something like that, that's classed as falsification if I do it off duty. You know, even though I'm paying for my fuel and all this, and I was to do it off duty, they, and just happen to ask, you got any fuel receipts, which they legally can do. You say, yeah, hell, I got fuel receipts, and stuff, and they're looking at them and say, well, why didn't you log this on duty? That's falsification. You're trying to get by on. It's ridiculous, and I think in the beginning when new drivers come out here, this is something that's never taught to them. It's never discussed. It's even the perils of these lease purchase programs. It's a selling point with a lot of companies. I telling you one time, Schneider had a booth set up in California, at one of the big truck stops out there, and I'm standing there listening to this crap that these salesmen were coming up with, these recruiters. And I had some little bouncy chick, she just, cute as a button. She's just, twisting her hair and just just acting like the dingbat she was. And she's trying to get these drivers, she was one of the recruiting assistants, and they're all lined up wanting to talk to this kid. Just thinking like, well, hell, if I go to work for Schneider, I'm going to have this chick riding with me, or some crap like that. And I'm talking to her, and she's, just kind of, just got in the conversation, and I was asking her some questions, and, she couldn't answer a damn thing, and I said, something, I said, honey, I don't mean to insult you, but I said, I imagine you know more about Jell-O shots than you do trucking, and it just, it's just one of them things. That's like an advertising toy, basically. It's a prop. These girls, these little chicks don't know a damn thing about trucking, but they lure in that type of person, that guy, that young, he wants to fill his, pockets with damn money and get out here and see everything. And that's what's sold on trucking. They don't talk about trucking, and like I'm sitting here right now, hell, what time is it? 2:30 in the morning, Central Time. I'm sitting here getting unloaded, and, this is the hard part about trucking. You never have a schedule. And you got to get out here in all kinds of weather and things like that. And I listen to people all the time. Well, if you got a chain up, you don't need to be out here on the road. The myth about that is, generally when you got a chain up, it's for 3 or 4 freaking miles to get over a little hump in the road, or to get over, through a mountain pass or something. I've chained up for, 600-700 miles up in Alaska. But it's, I just wish people would tell the truth about trucking, and it's not a bad, there's nothing bad about it. I mean, if guys come into this industry, or women, or whoever wants to come into this, future drivers come into this industry with the knowledge that this is the expectations that you can have, making a good living, but there's a lot of damn, a lot of things involved in making a good living. It's not just the fact that you're going to be holding the steering wheel. I think this guy next to me, it took him 20 minutes to back us straight in beside me. He damn near hit me twice, damn near hit the guy next to me twice. Finally, I got out. I said, what the hell are you doing? He said, well, I'm just having a little trouble tonight. I just woke up, blah, 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 going on. I said, how long you been driving? He said, oh, not long, but I'll get it. I said, well, yeah, you're going to get it all right. You hit my damn truck. So it's, here training, there again, that's, this guy here, he's just inexperienced and, lacks confidence and things like that. And it's just, I don't know, man. I tell you, it's it's one step forward and 2 steps back in this industry, and I think that's one reason why there's so many. They keep claiming this driver shortage. They keep going after HB2 visas and stuff like that to bring in foreign labor to drive trucks over here, and put them on this temporary thing, for that 179 days, and then they got to rotate out, and it's. I don't know. We got so many variables that's fighting against us right now, with all these frivolous lawsuits and things like that. But it's like I said, it's still a good job. I truly like what I do. I like meeting the people. I like getting out here on the, driving a truck. I've drove all over the country. I've, up north of the Arctic Circle to, Mexico, and it's just all over Canada, and it's just it's just been a good last 29 years, and well, almost 4 million miles.
You had to kind of find a niche, as they say, and that's when you find your niche, you can enjoy what you're doing. But for those that are out there, Fred said, North American Van Lines, the original owner-operator lease purchase scheme of the late 70s and early 80s. $1 down, and you're the owner of nothing but a tax bill. We've talked about the lease purchase schemes, and there's no shortage of them, and many of them still exist. Is there a way to separate the lease purchase schemes from the whole ABC test? I guess that's the rub right there, the ABC test in regards to owner-operators. But with that, we've got to get a quick time out here. Back to your calls in a moment. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
As Michigan deals with the worst COVID-19 outbreak in the country, the state's governor is calling on the White House to send more vaccines. Governor Gretchen Whitmer says she's asked for more shots for several weeks to help control the spread in her state. Former FDA Commissioner Scott Gottlieb believes the federal government should start sending extra resources to area where COVID outbreaks are happening. He tells CBS News that dealing with outbreaks will require a different strategy going forward.
We need to think differently about this pandemic. If you look at all the planning for past pandemics, the flu planning that we've done in the past, even planning for bioterrorism incidents, it always contemplated surging resources into hotspots. It never perceived that there was going to be a confluent national epidemic, but there were going to be localized outbreaks. That, in fact, is likely what we're going to see going forward. We're not going to see a confluent epidemic, but we'll see these hotspots. So we need to get in the habit of trying to surge resources into those hotspots to put out those fires of spread.
This is USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now it's possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. Call 800-451-9542. 800-451-9542. 800-451-9542. That's 800-451-9542. Paid for by U.S.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There we go, back into it here. Get right back to the calls. Phillipson patiently hanging in there this Monday morning, ready for a new work week. Hello, Phillip.
Hey, bud, how you doing?
Happy Monday. Doing all right. How was your weekend?
Oh, it was great. Had a good time. Listening to all this stuff from Grump and these guys, you know, Grump is right. Those lease programs, they're a pain in the butt. I've seen many guys fail on those things. It's just a setup for failure. If you do it like Grump and Monkey Gouger do, that's the way to do it, man. You go out and get your own truck. You know, if you ride under somebody else's authority, that's a good thing to get yourself off the ground, but eventually get yourself into your own authority and all that. And as far as the guy that called before Grump said it, he was talking about you can't haul somebody else's load with that truck. That's called a no-compete clause. A lot of these guys, they get in the truck, and they're like, at the beginning, you know, they start out as a company driver and like, hey, I want to get into this leasing thing. And that's what a lot of companies enticed them for years. Have you seen that, Steve?
Right, exactly. Yeah. They're really operating this, and that's kind of where the whole ABC test comes into play.
Absolutely, and it's the thing, you know. A lot of these young guys, they want to come out and do, you know, make big bucks, like Grump said, and a lot of guys want to get out there and do that stuff, but these companies will do whatever they entice, you know, throw a brand new truck on them with all this mega payments, and it's a setup for failure. And Grump is right, too, as far as the training goes. I really think that, you know, like in the case of that Warner deal, that trainer should have been up if he knew that weather was bad. But in liability issues like with that case, they could also hold the state entity that controlled that road as far as why didn't they shut that road down? That road should have been shut down. It should have been shut down, and that could have been a civil lawsuit in itself with the state entity. Because a lot of people don't know you can sue the state entity if there's problems with the road. I know it's a hard thing to do because of the size of them or anything, but a lot of valid things. And as far as the caller before Grump, he mentioned $750,000 liability. I had an uncle that was an owner-operator, and he told me, I never was an owner-operator, but I learned a lot from him. He told me that if I want to become an owner-operator, he said I better have $1 million to $2 million worth of liability before I even thought about going trucking with my own rig. I would never, ever go down below $1 million with liability, especially if you got your own authority and whatnot. I mean, I know a lot of guys will argue the point because they want to get a cheaper cost. And like Grump said, a lot of guys go for the bigger companies because they want to get that liability, that cost of insurance down. I understand that. So, but changing the wheels on that a little bit, Steve, do you know anything about this Matt Gaetz indictment thing happening down here in Florida?
Yeah, it's kind of been a growing story. It's what started off sounded like an extortion scheme or a blackmail kind of thing for millions of dollars. Now, it's kind of growing with each passing day. It's not looking good from what I'm hearing.
There's some. No, and I'm telling you right now, you guys have said it about the Democrats and a lot of things, and it makes a lot of sense about what they're doing. These kind of cases is what's bringing down the Republican Party, and this is what they're trying to make the Republican Party look negative. Whereas instead of looking at the individual itself, and do I know if he did that or not? I don't know. Maybe he did do that, but they're really pushing the Republican Party on that deal. The one thing I want you to pay attention to with this case, Steve, have you heard anything about a tax collector in Seminole County getting a plea deal and possibly going to testify against Mr. Gaetz?
I have not. Nope.
Okay. There was a Seminole County tax collector down here who he's been indicted for a lot of the same things that Mr. Gaetz is being indicted for. He just recently took a plea deal, and his lawyer made the statement, I feel sorry for Mr. Matt Gaetz. So if you're watching this case, any of the guys out there watching it, pay attention to that, because there was a lot of involvement between this guy and there was another doctor from Orlando that was involved with this deal too as well. So pay attention to those two guys, because they might be the guys that might be making this case go through the roof. Did you hear anything, Steve, about Bill Nelson becoming the head of NASA?
No, sir.
Okay, so Bill Nelson, President Biden has just put Bill Nelson as the head of NASA. So, do you know Bill Nelson, Steve?
It doesn't ring a bell, no.
Okay, Bill Nelson was a career congressman down here in Florida.
Okay.
Now, he also flew in the space shuttle. And he said that he tried to get a lot of things for Brevard County when the shuttle program bounced and it got out of the way. We had a lot of people that were unemployed with the Space Center. Be very careful about watching with this deal, because Bill Nelson, he sat around for a lot of years doing nothing. And I mean nothing. And I can say that truthfully because I'm a Floridian. So y'all watch him, and I would see the commercial side coming out more, but with Bill Nelson, I don't know anymore. I don't know. So if you can, check that out, Steve. That's just a little piece of information I wanted to give to you. That recently just happened. Not too many people know about it, but just thought I'd give you a couple pieces of information. I was trying to get it on Friday, and I apologize I didn't get on. I had to go in to work at the store. The manager came early, and I had to hang up and go in. But I really wanted to talk to Chris a little bit about some things. But is he going to be on next month on the first Friday?
First Friday next month, whatever the calendar date is, yeah.
Okay, cool. I want to talk to him about, because a friend of mine just bought a Camaro, and it's got some crazy things going on. I mean, it's a big high-performance engine, but it's got some crazy things going on with the oil that I wanted to ask him some questions about. But that's pretty much all I got, Steve. And if you can, check out those 2 pieces about Matt Gaetz and Bill Nelson. So we'll talk to you later,
All right.
bud. Have a good one.
I'm looking at the Bill Nelson story here. Yeah, I guess that's been going on for a couple of weeks. I hadn't really caught anything about it. All right, so yeah, you can circle your calendar May the 7th. That'll be the first Friday in the month of May. And if things go as planned, Chris is actually going to make his little drive down from Mount Gilead to the Hot Shot Secret bunker. Because he hasn't actually been in the bunker to see what they've put together yet. Of course, he was down in Florida for like almost 3 months during the winter months there. And now I came back about a week and a couple of days ago. And so getting settled back in up there, it was just a little too early to make the trek down last Friday morning. All right, but that's the plan. Okay, so I'm looking here from the Daily Beast. Joe Biden is nominating his old friend Bill Nelson to head NASA, settling months of speculation. To some insiders, it's a puzzling choice for a tough job. A former space shuttle passenger who later served 3 terms as a U.S. senator representing Florida. The 78-year-old Nelson is not lacking in political experience. He has strong personal ties with Biden and the space industry, but he's an old white man at a time when many space professionals are clamoring for younger female leadership. Moreover, there's something of a black mark on Nelson in certain space circles. Some longtime veterans of the space program still kind of associate the former senator with one of NASA's greatest tragedies, the explosion of the Challenger in 1986. Nelson flew on the shuttle mission directly preceding Challenger's doomed launch, and his presence on that earlier shuttle compelled NASA to kind of reshuffle the crew roster for future missions, including Challengers. One former NASA advisor, ex-director of the Space Policy Institute at George Washington University, says Nelson's nomination kind of boggles the mind. Now, when Biden tapped a record number of women for top posts in his administration, many assumed he would nominate a woman to head NASA. There's no shortage of good candidates. Former space shuttle pilot Pam McElroy, Ellen Stoffen, a director of the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum. So it was kind of an unpleasant surprise when the reports rolled in that Biden was tapping Nelson. All right, it's one of a number of high-profile missions on NASA's docket, and that's the Red Planet. Landing rovers on Mars, launching a new space telescope, preparing powerful rockets and other hardware to return to the moon. It might console some of the critics that Biden reportedly plans to name Melroy as the deputy administrator, maybe setting her up to head the agency sometime in the future. But aside from their disappointment over the missed opportunity for female leadership, many space insiders conceded that Nelson should be an adequate administrator. He's not a scientist. He's a career politician who has consistently advocated for science through his decades in public service. In that sense, he's not alone. Former President Trump's NASA administrator was a businessman before getting elected to the House of Representatives for 3 terms. So, interesting. Bill Nelson, 78 years old. But there you go. Kind of boggles the mind, according to one former NASA advisor. All right, who's next up here? I think it's Grant. Wanted to talk about the ABC test. Hello, Grant.
Oh, Steve, it's Chris. Your voice thing, that Now, Grump covered everything pretty well that I was going to say, but there's one thing I don't think anybody's mentioned, that an owner-operator, even with his own truck, can't buy trucking liability unless he has his own authority. You have to have a trucking authority. That's what bobtail is. It's non-trucking liability.
Yeah.
So if you're just using your tractor for personal transportation, then that covers that, but it won't cover you when you have a load. So that goes to a lot of things people are saying about immunity and everything. Like Grump said, I don't think there's anything stopping anybody from suing a driver, no matter whether he's independent or not. But to me, what's overreaching about the ABC law isn't whether you're independent. No matter, you can set any kind of standards you want for somebody being an independent contractor, but I think it's a C part says no company can contract with people to do work that their regular employees do. And you can tell that's a union interjection there.
Sure.
But that completely eliminates all subcontracting of any type, How can you tell companies they can't go out and contract extra workers if they, get a sudden influx of work or something?
Mm-hmm.
And, somebody brought up brokerages. Technically, that would like a big company that has a trucking fleet wouldn't be able to broker loads under that law. I mean, if you take it literally, they can't contract with drivers because they have drivers. They could contract with tire men or something if they didn't have a tire shop. That's what that means. But, actually, hell, it would make it hard for tire men out on the road. If you've got a shop, and your truck's out on the road, technically you'd be violating the ABC law if you call a tire man and said, come out here and fix my tire. See what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, It sounds ridiculous, but that's what.
Well, it's pretty much like it's the whole PRO Act thing, which of course it passed the House, and of course it doesn't look. Monty called in a couple of weeks ago. Doesn't look like they're going to have enough support in the Senate. Same individuals that are throwing up maybe a stop to eliminating the filibuster and using the whole reconciliation thing. You got Joe Manchin of West Virginia and Kristen Sinema of Arizona. Two Democrats that don't think the PRO Act is the way to go. So, like everything else in the Senate right now, they've got to have their 50 votes, so it may be a moot point. They may not be able to shove it through. So.
Yeah, I would think there'd be more people than just those two that would, have some objection to that because of their constituents or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They all have their own personal, pet projects or constituencies that are, like they say, a lot of Democrats would never go against guns. I don't know if that's true anymore or not, but you got Democrats from states where they're rural and a lot of gun ownership, but. Nowadays it seems to be all just strict party lines. But that's all I was going to throw in there, Steve.
Chris, good to hear from you this morning. Thank you for chiming in. And have a great week. All right, let me see here. Joe Rakovacs with OOIDA. In recent weeks, they've been encouraging owner-operators to get a hold of their representatives and senators in regard to the PRO Act and how laws like the PRO Act would stymie you from being able to get off the ground. Tell them your story. Tell them why you wanted to be an owner or operator so that you can be your own boss and manage what you see as your future. Tell them why you chose to go down this road, and tell them this would interfere with the ability to live out the dream of being an independent business person. Pro-labor groups, according to Rakovac, are going to be pulling out all the stops to see this legislation passed. Opposition to the PRO Act will also be broad and stiff, he said. The trucking industry is not going to be the only one. They're not going to be alone fighting this, the PRO Act. He said this bill is monolithic in its impact. All righty, what are we looking at? About 5 before the hour, and there's morning, Chevy Guy.
Good morning. Yeah, I just the one caller mentioned that he supported Trump, and things didn't work out. Well, I agree. When you think back, Trump entertained the ATA at the White House. And in his mind, that was trucking, It wasn't until later Ida got in there and was talking to him. But obviously, no, it didn't, the fact they cut the, per diem, all this stuff, it really didn't work out for truckers under Trump. But the fact of the matter is, the man did cut the taxes. All of a sudden, industry started cranking up, and even though all that was being cut, we all did well because there was so much freight to haul, and there wasn't that many drivers, and they were actually starting to pay more. I know this company started paying us more money to keep guys from leaving this little outfit and going to the bigger company. So it's sort of like Reagan said, it's a high tide raises all boats. But, I really don't, the American Trucking Association is not for the drivers. They're for the big companies. So, you can't count on them to take care of the owner-operators. They just soon knock them out of the equation. But and then again, I've never owned a truck. Every time I thought about it, I talked to owner-operators. I talked to an owner-operator that had a great run out of West Virginia to Brooklyn, New York, 2 loads a week, and it paid both up and back because nobody wanted to go there. And it was a tarp load. And I even filled in, giving a vacation week one time. But it paid real good, and also he had enough time to pick up a load of junk cars, crushed cars, take them to Kentucky. And we sat down and talked. By the time, I'd make 24, this was over 25 years ago. I'd make it 24,000 a year just running loads, flatbed loads, coming back to the split rail mill. And I said, well, what would it be to be owner operator? And he says, well, if you made $24,000 by the time I've done everything, payment on the trailer, the truck, all this stuff, he said I made $17,000. So he said, don't quit your job. Other than that, I had another one that was struggling, and he looked at me. He said, buddy, it's like this. Before you get into this, you look at your wife. And you look at your wife and you ask her, honey, if I had the refrigerator was empty and the truck needed an alternator, I could put food in there for her and the babies, or I could buy an alternator for a truck and may not see a paycheck for 2 or 3 weeks. Which one will she allow you to spend on? And that's the truth. I mean, our women folk, the guys that are successful have a good backing at home, I believe. This trucking, man, I'll tell you, it's the best I've ever had is what I've been doing now. That's why I've been with this outfit for 19 years. I don't see management. They don't talk to management unless they need logs pulled on a Saturday. I work 6 days a week. I just run in this mill. I make out my own bill and empty out the bin. I run my own pace, I leave early in the morning. I don't, I leave midnight to get home midday. I mean, it's just, I've got it better than anything. So, and they're paying me good. I get paid for the run from Allendale to Charleston. So, and back. So I found that what they call that niche. But I really enjoy the stories and the guys calling in and the guys that's out there slugging away. I really appreciate it. And I just, any way I can vote to help them out, that's about all we can do. One other thing about NASA. If you remember under Barack Obama and Joe Biden, NASA was becoming more of a green energy or green thing. They were putting out all kinds of stuff about the Earth. Hardly anything about traveling through space, but it was more about ecology. And trying to say that the Earth, the ozone layer, the whole 9 yards. So it doesn't surprise me that Biden will put somebody in there that will be less about space and will turn NASA back into a political scam. So we're good to go. And one other thing before I leave, I want to make mention. Grump called me or texted me earlier this evening, and he said, "You rolling yet?" And I said, "No, I got hooked on a cowboy flick. I wanted to see, if the cowboy got the girl. You know what I mean? That's what he was saying."
Okay.
So, yeah, I left. That was in the 40s or the 50s, and so you never really know if the cowboy got the girl because they fade out in the end. So you can only say, I think in those old days, the cowboy always got the girl in the end. And I didn't mean to say it like that. So, hey, I'm going to sit back, copy the mail, enjoyed this show, and man, I just made me appreciate what I'm doing, and the guys that you're rolling around with, you try to be more respectful and helpful, because a lot of these container drivers that I run with out of Charleston, coming out of here, I know they're all owner operators. They're all, and they're all pushing it and trying to get it done. And I just definitely don't want to get in their way. But other than that, we're going to sit back, copy the rest of the mail, and enjoy the show. 10-4.
Thank you much, Chevy Guy. There you go. Or it says Shirley Guy on the screen there. Hey, before we get our news update here real quick, let's see. Melody says the ramp to 270 North off of I-70 East in Columbus, Ohio, shut down. Got a Swift truck lying on its side. Emergency personnel just arrived. Now, this was about 15, 20 minutes ago. Again, that's 270 North ramp on the west side of Columbus. So, ramp to 270 North off I-70. That'll probably be shut down for a bit with a big truck on its side. Final hour just ahead, and lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
As Michigan deals with the worst COVID-19 outbreak in the country, the state's governor is calling on the White House to send more vaccines. Governor Gretchen Whitmer says she's asked for more shots for several weeks to help control the spread in her state. Former FDA Commissioner Scott Gottlieb believes the federal government should start sending extra resources to area where COVID outbreaks are happening. He tells CBS News that dealing with outbreaks will require a different strategy going forward.
We need to think differently about this pandemic. If you look at all the planning for past pandemics, the flu planning that we've done in the past, even planning for bioterrorism incidents, it always contemplated surging resources into hotspots. It never perceived that there was going to be a confluent national epidemic, but there were going to be localized outbreaks. That, in fact, is likely what we're going to see going forward. We're not going to see a confluent epidemic, but we'll see these hotspots. So we need to get in the habit of trying to surge resources into those hotspots to put out those fires of spread.
This is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day, friends. John and Chelsea Jubilee here. By now, surely you've heard us on Wayne, and you're wondering, what is this amazing protocol that reverses my medical ailments, helps me gain lean muscle, helps me drop my body fat, and gain hydration?
Well, let me tell you what it is. It's a scientific sequencing of 6 things that you're going to do for 88 days and 2 weeks. And in this scientific sequence, your cells are going to open up and become porous like a sponge sponge instead of like a glass hard marble. Inside is going to come your intercellular hydration, and the eviction notice is coming to all the toxins and inflammation of your body. That's why you reverse. It's so simple. You have Chelsea and I every week as live coaches on a live Zoom call. All you have to do is call us today at 888-444-8895 or log on to energizehealth.com.
College life could be much different this fall. Jeremy Scott reports from the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau.
Duke University said in a statement over the weekend that it will require COVID-19 vaccinations for students before they are allowed to return to campus for fall semester. They join a list of more than a dozen other universities and colleges in the nation to require inoculations. Duke President Vincent E. Price writes, "We know that widespread vaccination will be the only way to facilitate a return to normal and robust campus life." Research at the university played an important role in the development of vaccines. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And Olympic officials in Tokyo say that athletes who come down with minor symptoms of COVID-19 this summer will be housed in a hotel away from the athletes' village. Organizers are working on securing 300 rooms to provide a place for any athletes who are infected to quarantine in during the games this summer. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Calls are increasing for President Biden and Vice President Harris to visit the southern border as the humanitarian situation there worsens. Representative Michael McCall was on the border on Friday and said what he saw was the biggest border crisis in his lifetime. The Texas Republican told Fox News that all of the suffering he witnessed could have been avoided if President Biden would have left the border policies of the previous administration in place.
This is the biggest border crisis of my career, my lifetime. It's like a trail of tears to see these children being, marched up from the river to a processing center, then put in the Donna detention facility. A 5-year-old girl in tears, not knowing where she is, not with her parents or her family. It is one of the saddest things, and the saddest thing of all is it could have been prevented. The Biden administration, through the stroke of a pen, reversed the asylum agreements that President Trump negotiated and the Remain in Mexico policy that I listen to Border Patrol, not politicians. They tell me there's a direct cause and effect between that reversal and the crisis that we're seeing today.
And President Biden is set to meet with lawmakers on Monday to discuss his more than $2 trillion infrastructure plan. The president has said that he's open to listening to ideas on his plan, but insists that the country needs a large investment in its infrastructure. But Republicans have been hesitant to support the package because of some of the contents of the plan, as well as an increase to the corporate tax rate to fund it. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says the White House would like to see the plan passed by Memorial Day. He tells CNN that the country has needed to work on its infrastructure for years. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So indeed, it is our final hour. Final hour on a Monday. So we're early on. Just getting the week started here. Oh, we were talking about the record cold temperatures being set in Alaska late last week. Guess what? Some of that's making it down toward the lower 48, just what you wanted to hear. A return of winter-like conditions across the center of the country in the coming days. We've seen temperatures more like late spring levels across the plains. So that's going to make this upcoming surge even feel that much more dramatic. Temperatures that were like in the 70s and 80s in places like Denver, Rapid City, South Dakota, and Amarillo, Texas. Going to be 20 to 30 degrees short of what we were looking at over the past 8 or 9 days. And of course, along with that surge of cold air, some snowflakes will make a return to the forecast early this week across, looks like the northern plains. Blustery north to northwest wind goes hand in hand with this surge of colder air, making it feel that much colder. Gusty winds may result in difficult travel conditions along Interstate 90 in South Dakota today, especially in the high-profile vehicles out there. They're actually dealing with drought conditions. Areas of blowing dust and an elevated brush fire risk are also expected today. The windy conditions continue to ease up across the plains by midweek, but the chilly air continues to remain in place and actually begins to expand across the center of the country. Well, most of the accumulating snow is going to be in the mountainous areas through the day. Looking ahead toward Wednesday, it's going to drag cold enough air across the Front Range that could lead to a few travel issues along I-25 in Colorado and Wyoming. Now, we're looking ahead to Wednesday night, Thursday morning for that scenario. Snow may continue to expand eastward into the plains during the day Thursday. Black Hills of South Dakota, western Nebraska. You may get a round of late season snowfall. Now, we're not talking any major accumulations expected from this storm, but it more or less a nuisance for those that are itching to get their gardens or their farm work started for the season. There you go, another shot of colder air. And with that, we get back to our calls here on a Monday morning. Where did we leave off there? Hey, what's going on with the Big Moose? How was your weekend? Hello, Big Moose. Did we lose the Big Moose? I think we did. Either that or he's muted. Hello, Big Moose. All right, give us a try back. Sounds like he's having some sort of issues with the phone there. Let's see here. Horse Feathers, what's going on?
Hey, Your Honor. Hey, good morning. Happy Monday to you, I guess. That's what we say today.
Oh, always a happy day.
Anyways, I was listening to Joel there a little earlier there talking about driving his old Transtar 4070 cab over International. They got another name for them. They call it 13-letter shish kebab spreaders.
Yeah, Freddie the Freeloader used to call them that.
Yeah, so anyways, back in the day there, those three things that they used to get trucks on down the road, don't you? The three most important things to getting the trucks down the road back in the old day?
Driver would be number one. I know where you're going. Yeah, Rolaids, Doan pills, and preparation H.
There you go.
Yeah, I remember that song.
That's for Knuckle Buster there, right?
Yep.
So, anyways, so were you spreading fake news last week?
Well,
I was on your Facebook page there, and I see you got spanked on your Facebook page.
I did?
Yeah, the deal there that what's his name there, the Russian guy there back in September 29, 59 there, Khrushchev, was that put up the things there about how you're going to turn the U.S. into
to a socialist country?
Facebook said that's fake news.
Is that right?
Yeah, they graded out and said that's fake news.
Huh. So Khrushchev didn't say those things.
So I don't know. I didn't investigate it any further, but according to Facebook, he didn't. So I don't know. I was wondering if you were spreading fake news or if Facebook is out there covering up facts to call it fake news.
Well, did it say it was missing was it missing context or something? I mean, they find the slightest little thing to be able to say it's not entirely correct.
Okay. But anyways, so other than that, I don't know. I just called in to tease you because I saw that I showed that to the wife and that, and then next thing you know, it's all great out there. But anyways, you and the AccuWeather gods, you did a heck of a job there, putting down a little bit of. It kind of had a heavy dew there last night. I don't know what you guys were planning on there, but somebody's ordered a whole load of logs there and started building an ark. So you guys keep that up. I'm thinking we're going to be having to hold our noses up a little higher here.
Yeah, you're supposed to be kind of on the soggy side here to start the week. It's going to be kind of an ugly, gray, dreary pattern.
Yeah, I tell you what, if enough of that comes through like it did last night there, and we'll be in could be in a world of hurt. We'll be looking at flood conditions out here.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, hey, you're speaking of weather there, Nat. So, have they mentioned anything up there in Alaska because of this cold snap about the ice roads being extended? The ice road season being extended at all because of this, and being able to get more freight further north? Because usually this time of year, the roads are all breaking up and the water crossings are starting to get to be soft and they can't, they got to pretty much wrap up their season. But if they're getting this extended cold up there, it's got to be good for the trucking up there, isn't it?
You would think.
So, anyways, yeah, not a whole much other than that going on here. So things quieted down pretty much for the rain right now. So I don't know when your next batch is due through here, but I guess we'll put on our galoshes and get out our umbrellas, unless you guys put some high wind with it too. That's always fun when you get the real heavy driving rain and the high wind. That makes it real exciting there.
Yeah, no doubt.
So, anyways, but yeah, with that, hey, we'll let you go and we'll chat at you again later then.
All right, I was just scrolling down. I was looking at I see that they did kind of gray that out. Say it's not necessarily true. Okay. Well, guess we'll have to go back and look up the original, or it was actually printed in a paper, in the newspaper. But let's see. This was his entire quote, it says. Your children's children will live under communism. Yeah, you Americans are so gullible. No, you won't accept communism outright, but we'll keep feeding you small doses of socialism till you finally wake up and find you already have communism. We will not have to fight you. We will so weaken your economy until you will fall like overripe fruit into our hands. Then they shared, that's what I had shared. A guy by the name of Bill Price had written a letter. Lead Stories reached out by email to the associate publisher of the newspaper in Morehead City, North Carolina, and confirmed that this letter to the editor appeared in print on their opinion page in December of 2020. The text of the letter is copied almost verbatim from a viral, debunked Facebook post from April of that year. And they go back and share something I guess Laura Trump had actually shared. Keep your eyes open. There's people in the USA trying to make this a reality. Never stop fighting to save our country. I think I had seen that one several times from back in 2017. Beware the useful idiots. Let's see. Khrushchev did visit the United States between September 15th and 27th of 1959. He was back in Moscow by September 28th of 1959. And they go into more there. So where's the true-false thing? They said there's no known film footage or press photograph, although several Photoshop pictures do exist. Talking about when Khrushchev was banging his shoe. Let's see. The common story of what happened was associated with events on a 1960 trip, not a trip in 1959. Amherst College professor William Taubman published a book about Khrushchev, investigated the question of the shoe banging incident, and at the time, he contacted several people who were there at the time who said it didn't happen. Could not find any proof that it did happen. Okay, do you know the full story now? Yeah, well, for what the letter did say, it's pretty damn close to the truth. That's all I can tell you. All right, let's get back to the calls. Knucklebuster, hey there. What's going on this Monday morning?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Oh, man, I'm just got my makeup on, and I'm headed down to Dallas, Texas. That's what's going on, right? Prime, please remember it's my equipment. That used to be one of the biggest rip-offs there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about that Werner case there a little bit. Professional drivers are held to a higher standard than just a regular old Joe there. We got a minimum speed limit there in adverse driving conditions, especially in Mississippi. If it's foggy or snowy, they tell you have to drive 45 mile an hour there, Steve.
Uh-huh.
All they have to do is prove you speeding one time and you shouldn't have been there where you was at. That's all they got to prove. If you sped one time, then that they can prove that you shouldn't have been there. Well, you don't make but $150 profit off of each load. People should be maximizing their profit. I see drivers passing me all day long, breaking the speed limits there. And these are professional truck drivers doing it. Maximize your profits. I don't want to own a truck. I don't mind driving them, but I don't want to own one. I don't want it sitting in my driveway telling me, you got to make a living at this thing. Come on, let's go. Mm-hmm. I married my insurance agent. She'll tell you the biggest thing on accidents, you were traveling too fast for road conditions, you was following too close. And you see that all the time up there in them winter storms there. I really laughed my butt off one day when I was in the office up there, and this guy come in there giving Mama Knucklebuster hell about providing insurance for him. And her boss come out and said, look, we're not in the business to provide you with insurance. We're in the business of making a profit. And you should have seen the look on his face. Really? And Jesus, he was the only one that said, whoa, to all them lawyers there, because they stress the people out. Say, you better, I don't need the union or OIDA to protect my job. I protect it myself. I got some good news and bad news for you. Which one you want first?
So we get to choose. Well, how about the bad news first? Get it over with.
That'll work. That'll work. The bad news is, Mama Knucklebuster told me I could continue to be a great hooter massager, but the good news is for you, Steve. She said I could not retire, but I had to keep calling Steve Summers at night to keep me awake. Anyway, I read an imposter infiltrated the White House press briefing. See, how's that possible? Was it Joe Biden come in there? Might have been. I don't know. Yeah. And I read old Deshaun Watson. He got support from O.J. Simpson over his sexual harassment claims by them women there. How's that going to work on you? Put a glove that don't fit and kill them?
Yeah, right.
And that And that guy that was telling about the Bill Nelson there, I thought he was going to tell a Willie Nelson joke on the road again, right? But anyway, that's all my baloney. I'm down here in Dallas fixing to make this delivery, so y'all have a great morning.
Thank you for checking in, Knuckle Buster. Have a safe week. I'm sure we'll chat again. Was not the best of weekends for law enforcement, to the law enforcement community around the country, as 2 Utah sheriff's deputies hospitalized after being shot in the face in a shootout Saturday morning outside of Salt Lake County Jail that ultimately left the suspect dead. Yeah, one deputy was shot in the eye in critical but stable condition after undergoing surgery. The other was grazed by a bullet in the cheek and I believe has been released now. Those 2 officers were partners working as part of jail security. Let's see. Utah's Governor Spencer Cox says, such an awful tragedy outside the Salt Lake County Jail today. Abby and I are praying for the 2 deputies. The deceased shooter's identity, unknown, but is believed to be about 30 years old. He was carrying a weapon and opened fire as deputies approached him on a lawn outside the jail about 10:30 a.m. Let's see. As far as the deputies, both are expected to survive, but the deputy shot in the eye. Could have been a lot worse. We're just fortunate that they both weren't killed. Then in the state of Iowa, a 27-year veteran of the Iowa State Highway Patrol shot and killed during a violent standoff with a man who fought back against agents in an armored personnel carrier and said he wanted to shoot other officers. Sergeant Jim Smith was killed Friday night in Grundy Center as he and other officers entered the home of 41-year-old Michael Thomas Lang, who had fled there after an earlier police pursuit. The standoff ended about midnight Friday when a team of Highway Patrol troopers in an armored personnel carrier smashed into the home. Lang fired multiple shots at the carrier. 3 officers inside the carrier returned fire, hitting the man several times. Lang was hospitalized in critical condition on Saturday, charged with first-degree murder, being held on a $1 million bond. Iowa's Department of Public Safety Commissioner says Smith died a hero. He sacrificed himself protecting others. So again, tough weekend in the law enforcement community there. All right, haven't yet touched on it, but did you catch, I guess you'd have to call it, one of the breaking stories there on Friday? Are we going to pack the Supreme Court? Looks like Joe Biden has set the stage. He's set the gears in motion to maybe do just that. According to Mitch McConnell, Joe Biden is caving to the extreme left. Here's what he actually did. We're going to study the Supreme Court, because we might need to make some changes, the way it's worked for all these decades. All right, the commission is reportedly going to look at things like adding more justices. Well, that would be called packing the court. Or how about maybe placing term limits on those that are named to the bench? Because right now, an appointment currently served, it's a lifetime appointment. All right, that might be one thing. Now, Mitch McConnell ripping this so-called panel is a naked ploy by Democrat progressives to pack the court with left-leaning judges. This has nothing to do with some sober, scholarly attempt at making some sort of necessary reforms to the Supreme Court. This announcement is a direct assault on our nation's independent judiciary, yet another sign of the far left's influence over the Biden administration. Well, no doubt. Rational observers know well there's nothing about the structure or operation of the judicial branch that requires any sort of study. constitutional scholars and the justices themselves has repeatedly affirmed the position of the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who said 9 seems to be a good number. Justice Breyer said just this past week that structured alteration like court packing would actually erode the trust in the judiciary. And by overwhelming margins, the American people agree with that. They don't want to see packing the court. It'd be a big mistake. But, you know, the Democrats they've been pretty much forthcoming what they want to do. Of course, they lie about it because on the campaign trail, Joe was not in favor of packing the court. But, well, maybe we do now that I'm president. Maybe we should appoint a panel to look at, do we need more justices? So who gets to make the determination? How many justices do we need? Well, for certain, right now, seeing as there's a 6-3 split, 6 conservative and 3 left-leaning justices, because Donald Trump got to appoint 3 Supreme Court justices. Guess we've got to start with a minimal number to overcome that 6-3 split. But then you set the stage for every time a party. If Republicans take things back, say in 2022, do they then go right around and pack some more justices on the court? Maybe we need 3,000 Supreme Court justices. Yeah, see, it's a Pandora's box they're looking to open here. We get a news break, come back with more. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
As Michigan deals with the worst COVID-19 outbreak in the country, the state's governor is calling on the White House to send more vaccines. Governor Gretchen Whitmer says she's asked for more shots for several weeks to help control the spread in her state. Former FDA Commissioner Scott Gottlieb believes the federal government should start sending extra resources to area where COVID outbreaks are happening. He tells CBS News that dealing with outbreaks will require a different strategy going forward.
We need to think differently about this pandemic. If you look at all the planning for past pandemics, the flu planning that we've done in the past, even planning for bioterrorism incidents, it always contemplated surging resources into hotspots. It never perceived that there was going to be a confluent national epidemic, but there were going to be localized outbreaks. That, in fact, is likely what we're going to see going forward. We're not going to see a confluent epidemic, but we'll see these hotspots. So we need to get in the habit of trying to surge resources into those hotspots to put out those fires of spread.
This is USA Radio News.
I owed the IRS $10,000.
The IRS garnished my wages.
They put a lien on my house.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency in the world. They do not give up until you pay.
I couldn't sleep. We were being audited. I called Tax Solutions Now, and a great big weight was lifted off my shoulders.
I called Tax Solutions Now, and they got the IRS off my back.
Tax Solutions Now had my wage garnishment lifted in 48 hours.
Tax Solutions Now can get you help. Our agents know the rules, can stop the pain, and get you the best deal. We connect you with a team of former IRS agents and tax professionals who will get the IRS off your back.
We saved our home and overcame the most powerful collection agency in the world.
Call Tax Solutions now. Time is running out. Call 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey, another industry headlines from our friends at OOIDA, the Friday edition. I guess they're talking about, rebuilding, redesigning interchanges and things in many urban areas. 21st century interstate highway system should have state-of-the-art service plazas. In addition to new pavement, improved bridges, again, redesigned interchanges in many areas. Now, thanks to a confluence of factors, including the ELD mandate, the truck parking shortage, the coronavirus, momentum may finally be building to repeal what is known as the commercial services ban at interstate rest areas. According to the Reason Foundation, that's a think tank based out of L.A., it contrasts the amenities offered on toll revenue financed corridors like the New York Thruway, the Ohio Turnpike, the Indiana Toll Road, where you've got your large commercial service plazas spaced at intervals along the roadway. Various combinations of refueling, food, beverage services, both eat in and take out. Miscellaneous minor shopping, parking for cars and trucks, and Yeah, with the bare bone amenities of restrooms and vending machines that are offered at the non-tolled interstates. Interstate users have to exit the highway and look for gas stations and restaurants and other services ranging from being maybe located close to the off-ramp or maybe even several miles away. Longer distances are often involved to reach full-service truck stops, which would offer overnight truck parking, restrooms and showers, restaurant services. This ban is in what they call Section 111 of Title 23 of the U.S. Code. It dates back to the late 50s and early 60s, when the first long-distance interstates were being built. So undoubtedly, it's rather outdated and antiquated. Along with new pavement, improved bridges, and redesigned, rebuilt interchanges, modern interstate systems should have state-of-the-art service plazas. According to OOIDA, they support repealing the ban. They agree the ban on commercial services on interstate rest stops needs to be repealed to keep such locations open amid a worsening truck parking crisis, as we have witnessed during the pandemic. Opening up rest areas to commercial entities such as food trucks allowed truck drivers, at least in some states, to have fresh food options when the on-site facilities had shut down or limited their hours. Now, they do say, while we agree with the Reason Foundation's need for repealing the ban on commercialization, their position on expanding tolling continues to miss the mark. So apparently the Reason Foundation, okay, they want to, you should have those state-of-the-art facilities available, but sounds like anywhere that they're going to put those sort of facilities in, they think that needs to be a toll road, which is kind of the way it exists right now. Okay, about 19 before the hour. Let's try again here with the Big Moose, Marty Big Moose.
Hey, bud. What are you into?
Oh, happy Monday. You know, you sent that picture the other day, and you notice a lot of people say, look, based on your picture, they'd say, you don't look a day over 50.
I love them people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Boy, well, yeah, boy, you ain't kidding. Well, it's a devil's burden to bear to be blessed with strapping good looks and the brains of Albert Epperstein, but somebody's got to do it. You know what I'm saying?
I got you.
Oh yeah. Well, I tell you what, the Clairol, I need to touch up the grill a little bit. The Clairol's fading out on me. I try to keep all that white and silver stuff covered up. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, I'm with you. Otherwise, you'd look like me.
Well, no, I'm not. Hey, Charlie Rich made a fortune embracing that silver fox look, man. If it works for you, roll with it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But it don't work for me because with my portly demeanor, I automatically get labeled as Santa Claus when mine turns white. So I try to keep her tinted out, you know.
Yeah.
Oh Lordy. So yeah, how'd you enjoy the holiday weekend?
Did I miss a holiday? What holiday did I miss?
Well, you didn't know Friday was a holiday. That's Carl Perkins' birthday.
Oh, yeah?
Ain't that a holiday where you come from?
I did not realize that. No, sir.
Well, shame on you, Mr. Steve Summers. I love me some Carl Perkins. Now, I was down your neighborhood there yesterday. I went down there and done a little horse trading for a big old motorhome, and got a pretty good deal on the thing, man. The guy bought it, and it was one of them things. He bought it, had great intentions of doing all this traveling with it, and then the old lady fell ill, and next thing you know, it didn't work out, and it ended up sitting in the barn, and It's 2 years old, but when I picked it up, it had 121 miles on it. Hopefully I can put that thing to work here in pretty short order.
That ain't even broke in. What the hell? That's it? 121?
Yeah. It had 121 miles on it. He bought it off a dealership there in Cincinnati someplace, and then drove it out to Batavia, where he lived, and then they moved to Hillsboro, and he drove it up there, and he said that's about as far as it went. And he said they did go camping there locally and at one time just to try to get everything set up. And he said that was the last time she was able to get in and out of it. And I guess that particular model, you know, there wasn't no way to put any kind of lift or anything in it to make it accessible for her. So it was just time for it to go. So I obliged him.
I don't blame you. Yeah.
So... But yeah, but I was sitting there listening to all these guys, man, and I tell you what, I wish I had $1 for every time I heard the conversation. The context might be identical, but it always pretty much filters out the same. You know, everybody's is stone set in their belief system, and everybody believes that they're right, and then the next guy believes the first guy's full of crap, and the third guy believes the first guy's full of crap, but the second guy's half right, and the fourth guy's full of crap because he thinks the third guy was right, you know, and it just goes back to what I was saying. We got to do some research, people. We need to learn about this business, and if you're so hard-headed that you ain't willing to learn nothing, then you're part of the problem, you know. You got these people not only convinced they're right, they're convicted of it, you know. I mean, they're convicted of it, and when you get a person who's convicted in a belief system, it's awful hard to even try to get them to learn anything new, you know. And I beat my head against the wall for years trying to talk sense to people, but nobody wants to listen about it. And I ain't saying nobody's 100% right, and I ain't saying nobody's 100% wrong, but the fact of the matter is we can't be bickering amongst ourselves, because if we would team up, you know, we could get a lot of stuff done, but you can't do anything as long as you got this kind of dissension in the ranks, you know. And you get this stonewall bravado, you know, and everybody's made more money than everybody else. And, you know, if I ever meet an LTL guy that didn't make $100,000 as a company driver in the first year, I'll shake his hand and buy him a Daniel Webster cigar, you know. I don't care what you're making. I don't care what you're driving. I don't care if you own that truck. I don't care if you lease that truck. The fact of the matter is, if regardless of what you're doing, if it works for you, roll with it. And if it ain't working for you, then you should have done a little more research before you bit off more than you can chew, you know? So, but yeah, like I say, this weather's turned to crap, and my knees over here throbbing like a toothache, and I've been listening to this same argument that I've been listening to since Leviticus, and it's just, I don't know. What I tell you before, I tell you again. Put two truck drivers in a room full of lot lizards, they'll screw each other first every time. That's what's happening, you know. And some of them want us to swallow the government pill and what's that? What down speed? My God, if I hear the term down speed one more time, I'm liable to siphon the lead out of a 12 gauge. You know, all about fuel economy, down speed. You know, autonomous trucks and electric trucks, and put train motors in them and all this stuff. You know, hey. While we're all sitting here worried about what color the drapes are, somebody's stealing our dinner, folks. But, oh well. Tis neither here nor there. I guess I'll just shut up and keep it between the spotted and the solid, and y'all do the same, and we'll catch you on the flip side.
All right. Well, we did start an interesting conversation with our little beer talk late last week. I don't know if you saw my post there.
Oh, yeah.
Day late and $1 short. Big Moose is the Blatz guy. Beaver Squeezer's the Coors Light guy. I'm the Miller Lite guy. We got some pretty funny comments on there. What's his name? Old Heatwave said, "You're never too old. You're never too drunk to ask for a Schlitz." Somebody said, "You mean Schlitz?" And he says, "No, you can't say Schlitz when you're drunk. I have a Schritz."
That's right. Well, I tell you what, I try to stick to beer nowadays. I try to stay off that hard stuff. Old Johnny Walker used to beat me over the head with that cane that he carries around all the time on a regular basis. And I tell you what, buddy, ain't no feeling in the world like having old Johnny Walker wrap that walking cane around your head 8 or 10 times, and you go to bed with Sheena Easton and wake up with Roseanne Barr.
That's been known to happen on occasion. Well, all right. Thank you, Big Moose. Have a great morning. Always appreciate your call. I mean, there's a diverse crowd out there, obviously. No doubt about it. Got a lot of comments on that. John said he's a Huda Pole 14K kind of guy. Jeff said, don't forget the Little Kings. Warren said, well, beer, whatever's cold. That's about the truth of it there. Let's see. My best friend drank Stroh's, Detroit Soul Beer. Dave drank Burger Beer, Burger Draft growing up. Yeah, so Iron City Beer. Let's see. Old Style. I like that Old Style was good. So thanks for all the comments. It's little on the lighter side, right? Dave said, Steve, don't get tired of those headaches from drinking those Skullbuster beers. Yeah, honestly, that's why I prefer the Miller Lite. I mean, a whole lot less often than other beers. Bud Light would give me a hell of a headache. I said, I tried the Yingling. Yeah, the Yingling seemed to give me a headache. I just have the best of luck with my Miller Lite, so I'll stick with that. Who we got on the line? Would that be Shadow?
Yeah. I didn't. Yeah, this is just Vic here. It's more fun listening to Big Moose than what I was going to tell you. But you were talking about the thing with Khrushchev. By and large, that quote probably came out of the Un-American Activities Group hearing. Khrushchev did say many similar things to it. And him and Nixon got in the big kitchen cabinet debate in 1960 in New York, and none of that conversation was ever fully recorded. So it's one of those things where you may not be able to find a complete quote or a complete identity, but if they really want to research into all the things Khrushchev said and all the things that was going on back at that time, and how the intention for infiltration was, there are many quite similar quotes. And I don't know, well, I'm sure they still don't teach that, but used to in the third semester of Air Force ROTC, you had to study communism forwards and backwards and how they had places set up and how they intended to infiltrate America and how they would use methods to get into a group. And you've probably seen this many times, to where a certain group of people wants to take over an organization, whether it's the school board or whatever. They will show up to a meeting and they will debate some absolutely idiotic substance until everybody else tires and goes home, and the only people left are the people that were there to take over the organization. And I've seen it happen many times before. So by and large, the communists do have a plan, rules for radicals, quite similar to it. So in essence, what I'm saying is you might not be able to find that exact quote, and I guess the viral things going around the social media, but nobody's really made an effort to find that. And another thing, too, is you remember when Jerry Springer wrote a check to a prostitute there in Cincinnati?
Oh, yeah.
Well, this thing in Matt Gaetz, supposedly he went on some sort of a digital peer-to-peer, like PayPal. Well, PayPal actually owns the company that he went on, and he was paying a pimp. They call him a sex trafficker. I just call him a pimp. That way everybody knows what I'm talking about. On a digital wallet type thing that the public can view. So I don't know how. I mean, I don't know exactly what sort of a deal this Matt Gaetz is. I know he's a big Trump supporter, and they're going after him tooth and nail. But the big thing is this is called Venmo, and they have some privacy issues. state of Texas is going after him for that. And there was another one there. Consumer Financial Bureau that you can get hacked into, and if you use that, and people can actually get into your bank account with it. So I don't know. I know that the main reason they're going after him for that, whether he did it or not, I have no clue. But the main reason they're going after for it is he was a big Trump supporter. And so really that's about all I had. Oh, one more thing I wanted to say.
Yes, sir.
When you talk about deregulation, Steve, if you look at the regulation, before deregulation, you could haul frozen product, but you couldn't haul a fresh product. You could haul it east, but you couldn't haul it west. And I mean, it was a total nightmare to try to get everything organized back at that time. Only thing is, they took away some of the safeguards when they deregulated it, because at one time, in order for you to get a ICC license, they would look at all of your business activity. And so if you were some sort of a scamster like these chameleon truck people were and everything, or if you'd ever beat anybody out of any money, when it came up time for your ICC renewal, which I believe was every 3 years, you could be denied just because of your extracurricular activities, not just your trucking activities. So that went out the window, and when they opened it up for everybody to get their authority. And you know how it is whenever, the old saying, when the cat's away, the mouse will play, and every scamster coming and going came out of the woodwork. And that's what gave deregulation such a bad name. But it was definitely over-regulated when they started that. So
they just
went
from one extreme to the other extreme. There's always got to be that happy medium in there somewhere. What do you say, Larry?
Good morning, and I'll tell you what, Big Moose has set my day. I got the biggest laugh out of that. I never heard that analogy of going to sleep with Sheena Easton and waking up with Roseanne Barr.
Yeah.
Have you heard the analogy? And I'm sure Big Moose has. Coyote Ugly.
Yes.
Okay, that just kind of struck me right there.
Yep.
But hey, I had a great time down in Atlanta doing the accident investigation training with a company called Waste Connections. They're a national company. I forget the number of trucks they have, but it's massive. And while I was there, I got to visit the shop, and they have 65 trucks in the fleet in that division there in Ackworth, Georgia. And the shop manager is a very sharp dude. His name is Willie. I talked to Willie about Hot Shot Secrets and his district manager, and they had never heard of it, but they are more than willing to give it a try on a truck. What I told them was to do an oil analysis, and they do that often, to do an oil analysis on one of their fleet pieces, use Hot Shot Secrets, and then the next regular oil change, do an oil analysis again and measure the viscosity, and they could extend the life of that oil package based on everything I've learned. So, Steve, I'm going to give you some information to contact them or get who is it that does that for Hot Shot Secrets? Forget his name.
Kyle, maybe? Kyle?
Yeah. I would think that Kyle would want to do that, because if you look at the size of Waste Connections across the country, they are the third largest waste hauler in the country under Republican Waste Management, but they're huge. And if you really want insight, look at their stock and see what their stock has done over the last 8 to 10 years. Pretty amazing growth. But it'd be a good place for Hot Shot Secrets to do a demo with a very, very large fleet system that, according to Willie, he had never heard of Hot Shot Secrets.
How about that? Okay. Very good. Well, Larry, you get to be our... Go ahead.
We had people there, Steve, from Texas, from Arkansas, from Tennessee, from Georgia and Florida. And I really enjoyed teaching the class because, like we've talked before, I don't care what the name is on the truck, people see dollar signs. And some of the bottom feeder attorneys are looking for that, that quick dollar. And if you don't know how to investigate the basics of a crash, most accidents are reported. They're not investigated. In other words, you'll hear the police officer say, and Pappy, you'll probably back me up on this, well, I just kind of write down the facts and let the insurance companies fight it out. Whenever that's said, typically the commercial motor vehicle driver or company loses whenever that's said, because the cards are stacked against you in that situation for what's called a summary judgment. So, but anyway, I enjoy doing that teaching, and the guys really absorbed a lot of it, and I got a lot of positive responses back from our, post-class little analysis. So, but anyway, I was also excited about the opportunity to introduce Hot Shot Secrets to a major fleet operation across the country, based in Houston, Texas.
Hopefully they'll jump on board, right? Thank you so much for trying to support the sponsor and the product. And all right, we are flat out of time. The 5 a.m. Eastern Time hour rolls around. Join us back tonight at the midnight hour. Hope to see you here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.